Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's fantastic to have your company. I'm Stuart Hillard, and you know I love a special day. Couldn't find anything today officially, so my fabulous first guest and I have decided that this should be a day of loveliness. So there you are, it's officially a day of loveliness, which might give you a clue as to my very first guest. Now, welcome here to Sewing Street. It's wonderful to have your company. Do get in touch with us, won't you? Send us a little email or a message through the website or Facebook. We love hearing from you. We're going to start, as we always do though, with our early bird. Now, you know me, I love it when we have one of those essentials, you know? Something everybody needs, something you can really make a fantastic saving on, and something rather relevant for me actually. This is an A3 cutting mat, 29 by 42 centimetres. £12.99, really good, heavy duty, great quality, so simple cutting mat. Inches on one side, imperial, and metric centimetres on the other. Nice heavy duty cutting mat, absolutely perfect for using with your rotary cutter, with something like an X-Acto knife or a craft knife. If you're doing your patchwork and quilting, dressmaking, trimming, if you're a paper crafter, great to take on the move. Get this, I have lost my cutting mat. How do you mislay a cutting mat? I mean, I say that quite easily, I think. I take it to workshops, I bring it here, it's in and out of the boot of my car. I've probably left it in a hotel room or on the side of a road. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, £12.99 should be, but this is our early bird today. So we've never reduced these. We've never reduced them at all. I mean, we don't need to really, do we? When it's a staple, when it's something everybody uses, and when it's already a great price, £12.99 is a great price. Now, let's do a price comparison first, because actually I want to show you just what great value this is anyway. So here we go on the Singer website, A3 self-healing cutting mat, 45 by 30 at 20. Is that the same size? Same size, A3, £20.99. And actually that's a price reduction, should be £24.99. So you could pay £24.99. You could pay £12.99, and if we have any of these left tomorrow, which we won't, you could pay £12.99. Let's crash it. Let's do it. You're going to love this. You're going to love this. £6.49. Amazing. Loads of you already coming in. Lots of you already actually got this in your basket and checked out, because a cutting mat is a cutting mat, isn't it? Let's be honest. Everyone, well, I was going to say everyone needs one, but that is not true. Everyone needs several, right? So one for downstairs, one for upstairs, one in the craft shed or the spare bedroom or wherever you do your crafting, and one in your sewing room maybe. Well done, loads of you going through for this. £6.49 is the price you'll pay today for our early bird. It's an A3 self-healing cutting mat, inches on one side, centimetres on the other. I actually, when I'm cutting longer things, you know, when I'm doing things like borders, I will have my large cutting mat and then I'll have a smaller cutting mat alongside it to extend my cutting mat as well. Ever so useful, ever so useful. Do you want to encourage somebody to get into patchwork? Let's do messages. Let's do messages. I've had a few actually on Facebook as well. Hi, Stuart. It's my 50th birthday. Pauline. It's my 50th birthday today, so it's my special day. Yes, it is. Watching my favourite programme before I head off for my surprise day out with my kids. That, Pauline, sounds fabulous. I'm wishing you a really happy birthday. Have a fabulous day. 50's great. I loved mine. Gorgeous. Have a great day. It is your special day. Another lovely message. This one is from Wendy, who's in Suffolk. Morning to my favourite presenter. I want that on a t-shirt. Thank you, Wendy. Love it. Love it. Another one. Keep them coming. Good morning, Stuart and the team, says Carolyn in the West Midlands. Happy Tuesday from the exercise bike. And here's to a great show. Carolyn, I'm super impressed. That's multitasking at its best. Getting in some miles. I love that. I love that. Thank you. And good morning to you. Also, good morning to Claire, who says, good morning, Stuart and all. To Sandra. Good morning, Stuart. Looking good. Sandra in sunny Glasgow. Thank you, darling. Good morning from Jan, who says, morning, Stuart and Kerrie. Oh, is that a little guess who my first guest might be? Might be right. Looking forward to today's demos. Hilary says, morning, Stuart. What a lovely surprise. Hilary, also, very happy birthday to Michael. Happy birthday to you. Jan says, I have just counted my cutting mats, 6 so far. Here's your 7th. I bet you didn't pay £6.49 for the others. Leslie Joyce says, happy birthday, Pauline. That's sweet. Hillary's going to say, it's Mike's birthday too. I knew that. And Leslie says, good morning, Stuart. Kat says, morning, Stuart and the team. I'm staying in bed with you and my... with you and my cold. Have a fab day. Oh, Kat, I'm going to put a bolster down the middle to create a little bit of a divider. Oh, get well soon, my love. Now, don't forget to check out on your cutting mat. Absolutely fantastic price reduction this. It should be £12.99. You're paying £6.49. We have never reduced the price like this before. It's incroyable. Have I just made that word up?
No, it's
incroyable. Incroyable. Amazing. Remember, when you buy the early bird, you've paid your P&P for the entire day. £3.95, that's all you pay. And bear in mind, £6.49 plus that £3.95. You still haven't paid full price for the mat, even with the postage. Absolute bargain. Your basket's open. Everything else you buy today, no P&P added on. Absolutely Brilliant. Brilliant. I think we should get on. We have got such a busy morning. We'll bring that back if we have any left. But I would check out for that, really, I would. Now, let's do the menu and see what's coming up on today's shows. It's a bumper ride. We're starting off with, yes, you guessed it, Kerrie from Living in Loveliness. We're starting off with the pattern folder, the Verity vinyl bag. It doesn't end there. We've all sorts from Kerrie. It's just gorgeous. International Day of Loveliness. At 9 o'clock, we have got the Elodie wrap dress with, and you guessed for me, certainly, Helen Rhiannon. And this is a beautiful summer staple. Absolutely gorgeous, really flattering shape, a nice easy sew, beginner friendly. Sewing bee starts tomorrow, of course. We're all going to be grabbing, any sewing pattern, any fabric. This is a great one. This is beautiful. We've also got the most amazing value fabric bundles. When we have these fabric, but the sort that are at a price that you cannot believe. We've got them. Grab them now while you can. Now, at 10 o'clock, Kerrie will be back with the Lola lunch bag. Now, just check this out. Kerrie showed this to me earlier on, and when she opened it up, I was literally, oh my goodness, that is fantastic. It is so cute. It is so functional. I need one. The picture doesn't do it justice. And wait till you see what snacks are inside. My goodness. Gorgeous. There aren't any, I'm kidding. But there might be. Who knows what will happen by 10? No, nothing. 11, you've got time to pop out. 11 o'clock, it's the Cashmerette Vernon shirt, again with Helen Rhiannon. Again, a really versatile shirt. Dress it up, dress it down. We've got some gorgeous tartan and denim bundles. Again in that hour, amazing price. Again, you might just want to grab them speculatively for your stash. Fabulous. The fabric bundles are already starting to sell. Now, just as a little nod and just as a little reminder here, last week I was on and we had some similar fabric bundles when I was here with Fiona. They literally, most of them had gone before we even went to air, and then the last couple of bundles that we had were sold literally within the first 2 minutes of the show. So if you want any of the fabric bundles from either the 9 or the 11 o'clock, I would urge you go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com, shop ahead. Let me show you how easy that is. So we're on the website, click on Watch Live, go, as if by magic. And then if you scroll down, you'll see our early bird, and then you'll see 2 columns. One on the left will say today's show deals. That's everything we've already seen. And then coming up on today's shows. Now, at the moment, that's everything because we haven't started yet. Here we go with Living in Loveliness, first show. All that lovely storage, tons of different kinds of storage. Beautiful, beautiful projects. It's jam-packed. I know you're going to love it. And then as you scroll down, we'll get to those fabric bundles and I'll just show you the great value. You will want to jump ahead. Here we go, look, $28.99 for 5 meters of viscose. Absolutely gorgeous. Perfect for the Elodie dress, but also perfect if you've got, well, let me think now. We've got loads of designers that use viscose. It's a super fabric to work with. Very, very versatile, easy to sew with, lovely drapeability. We've a tools hour at 12 o'clock, sewing machines, overlockers, lots of great tools there. I'm going to show you how to use the fusible mat as well in that hour. Here's Kerrie's second hour with the Lola lunch bag. Okay, good. All right. And then, just back to the menu briefly, just to finish off, at 12 o'clock, we have got sewing machines and overlockers. Okay, I feel better now. Okay, right. let's get started. Now, the first show, I think it's fair to say, can I just say, good morning, Kerrie.
Good morning, Stuart. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, darling.
That's
We're like a long way away.
We feel like we're really far. You can come this
I'll
side
come
soon.
closer soon enough. How are you?
I'm very well, thank
Good.
you.
On this International Day of Loveliness.
On this International Day of Loveliness, I'm feeling lovely.
It definitely should be a thing if it isn't already.
Well, we've just made it up, so we're happy with that, aren't we?
We have. Now, so many projects from you in this first hour we're going to crack on. It's all about sort of beautiful practical storage. Now, we're going to start with the Verity vinyl bag. Now, we've two options. I just want to show you the samples first of all, because these are so beautiful. Now, this is one of the kits. This is the pink. You look at these. Absolutely gorgeous. So you've got this fabulous zippered pouch. Look at the designs here. This is one panel, the pink. You get two different options. You get everything to make both. You do need to buy the vinyl separately, which we've got on the show, and it's amazingly good value. The fabric on the backs, your bindings. Kerrie's going to show us how to make these too. So you get your panel and you get your pattern. Let's start with that. $16.99. These are the hummingbirds. So you get your paper pattern, then you get your panel. Now, you know, this panel, I think this project really shows the value of working with a panel, because what Kerrie's done here very cleverly is to effectively fussy cut the fabrics so that you get maximum impact from the designs. You know, when you know how disappointing it is when you find a lovely fabric, you make a gorgeous bag and you haven't quite cut the fabrics right and you don't center that design, or you lose it. Well, this has been designed to really maximize. Now think about that price point, $16.99. Usual pattern price here at Sewing Street, $9.99. So what, we're paying £7 for a panel to make 2 vinyl bags. So you just need to add in a bit of vinyl and a couple of zips, and you've got 2 gorgeous projects. This I just love, and I love that combination of bright sunshine yellow and vibrant pink. It is gorgeous. So that's our first colourway. We also have a second colourway, which is in the lovely lilacs. Gorgeous this, let me show you. Now, again, you can make 2. I'm going to show you one of the finished samples because Kerrie's actually going to demo the second one. Isn't this pretty? It's so elegant. It's so classy. I just think that is fab. And I love the fact that the lining shows through that vinyl, so you've got beautiful lining for your bag. Every single element has been thought about. Now, we do have zips available, we do have the vinyl available. Look at these gorgeous options. I love the fact actually you could really play around with zip colour on this. Actually, you could use toning, you could use clashing, you could use a neutral like white or grey, silver, cream. This is so pretty. So pretty. Amazing value as well. $16.99 for the panel to make 2 bags and your instructions. And it's really worth saying as well that in your instructions you've all the measurements there, right, Kerrie?
Yeah.
So you can grab your fat quarters, your scraps, and you can make more of these.
Make lots of them. They're very useful actually, so you will find you get a little bit confident with making them and want to make lots more of these. Great for your makeup or your sewing equipment or anything you want really.
Little wash bag, you know, things like that as well. You could pop
I always
things
think about
in.
storing sewing projects in there, you know, with a vinyl. I want to see where everything is, but great little wash bags as well. They're great for anything. Children's pencils.
I love that. I love that. Purple's the more popular option at the moment. That surprises me because I'm completely in love with this one. I just think that's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Has a really kind of vibrant, chic vibe to it. Now, Kerrie, you are going to demo that, aren't you? But we've got loads of other things to show, so I'm going to whiz through that. Let's do the craft caddy. This is divine. Look at that. This is the Lewis and Irene version of the craft caddy. Now, I love storage. I love what it promises.
Never have enough storage.
Well, it's the promise of being organised finally, isn't it?
I love how you've put that. It makes us feel like we're going to be organised, doesn't it?
It's an intention, isn't it? It's an intention. But this is so well thought out. All these pockets on the outside. Love how you're storing your clips around the top as well. You could use this for any sort of bits, couldn't you? Inside, you've got loads of different pockets as well. Absolutely fabulous. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Sorry. Right. So, what do you need for that then? You've got your pattern. It's the Sophia. Sophia?
Sophia, yeah.
Sophia. Oh, I can read. The Sophia Craft Caddy, you've got your full pattern there. You've also got your outer, your lining, your pocket pieces. You've also got your webbing for your straps. What's inside, Kerrie?
So it is fully reversible actually, so you're just mirroring what what you're doing on there.
Oh, awesome.
The only real difficult decision is which of the fabrics you're going to use on the top for the binding, but there is enough in both of the fabrics to select which is your favourite for the binding. But fully reversible project this is.
Gorgeous. And is it Boselin in our form inside?
It is Boselin in our form with this, yeah.
Perfect.
I've tried making it in, initially I made it with some batting, but I just needed it to have that structure.
Yeah, you need your structure. So either Boselin in our form or you could use something like Soft and Stable. Yeah, perfect. Styleville, anything like that would work. When you've checked out, there's only 14 left. Really busy. Well done if you've already managed to get yours. That is a fabulous project. So that's in the Lewis and Irene, lovely sort of peaches and pinks. We've also got this in a gorgeously vibrant floral. Is this a bit of Liberty? Oh, I'm there for it. I'm there for it. And that is rich. Look at that. I wouldn't normally crush over some webbing, but that is just the most vibrant purple. Anyway, I'm getting stuck on the detail.
It's the details that are important.
It is really.
Well, it is to me.
Well, and often it's things like that that are hard to find. So the fact that we get it in the kit is fab. So full pattern, then you're getting a metre in total of fabric, half a metre of the Liberty floral on the outside, half a metre. What design is that?
Emily Bell.
Oh, is it? It looks really different in that colourway. So this is your Liberty version. Already down to teens left. So very popular. Absolutely gorgeous. I love this. I love this. You get your webbing as well. Just add in some Styleville, some Boselin R form, something like that. I suppose at an absolute push, you could use a medium weight iron-on interfacing and quilt batting to sort of build up the structure. But easiest thing to use is a fusible foam.
That'd be quite nice, if you're using it for your yarn or children's toys or dolly clothes, that sort of thing. It'd be nice and soft and easy to carry.
Love it. You found my level. You had me at dolly clothes.
Okay. I saw your eyes glint
my eyes
then.
lit up.
Why I'm thinking about dolly clothes at the moment.
Styleville fix, half a metre, £6.99. Okay, you can get patterns for these, by the way, individually if you have a look on the website. So next up we're going to do the folder. Yeah. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Right. So this is the pattern folder. Now, I have the pattern folder. This is super. This is super. This isn't one of the colourways we've got. I'll show you that in a second. But let me just quickly show you the project. So very smart sort of attaché style case. This is beautiful. I love this.
I've got one that says bills as well. It just makes me feel a little bit... I've made them for everything. It just makes it feel a little bit more special.
No, let me just take these out because these are an optional extra. So it uses a standard A4 file. Yeah, just a ring file. You've got little pockets in here for equipment. You have got a zip vinyl pocket here for important notes. Let it snow. You've got a little, you could tuck something in there as well, and in there too. You've also then got the option of adding in some sort of vinyl pages, which I'll show you in a second. So lovely, versatile project that. Now let me show you the colourway. So we've got panels to complement this. Let's start with blue china. So this is a real classic blue and white. So Kerrie, just talk me through what we get on the panel. What are we making?
So everything has been included for the panel. We have previously done this as, you know, 2.5 meters, and the feedback really was that we wanted that extra little section in there, you know, where I've got sewing patterns on the sample one there, you've even got that. You've got every piece that you physically need to make this project, including all your interior. I mean, we could have left it, couldn't we, in plain fabrics, but we put that lovely blue china print in there as well. And then you've even got the little hexagons that feature on the front as well, with your little Dixie prints to make those stand proud on the front as well.
Absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous. And what's lovely about this is no measuring, no maths, no, you can literally just cut out with a pair of scissors or a rotary cutter and know that all of your pieces are the right size and shape. Of course, included, you are getting a paper pattern with all those individual dimensions and templates as well. So you can make it as many times as you like. But I do think using a panel first time, you haven't got to think about measuring and marking.
There's lots of pieces to this particular project. You know, it is a nice project. It's great for a beginner as well.
And I love this bit. Is this a bit of extra?
So we always add a little bit of extra on there. I mean, if you didn't want to, for that middle section...
I was just thinking the same.
If you didn't want to do all of that or didn't have time to do all of that...
Or you could add embroidery.
Exactly. So you've got that additional section there. Still cut out the piece that's on the panel, and then you can take the measurements.
Yeah. Can't believe the value,
you can take
Kerrie.
the measurements from that.
Can't believe the value. $18.99 for that, and you get the pattern as well. Do you use any wadding?
So for this one, you use a slither really of lightweight fusible interfacing only for the handle, and then I've used wadding inside of this just to give it that plush feeling, really, because I did a little bit of hand quilting on the front and embroidery. So
it's really lovely, and it's so giftable as well. It's gorgeous. Keep going through for that one. I'm going to show you the other colourway that's available. This might be my favourite. I really like this. This is sewing themed, and it's in lovely soft purples as well.
So if you remember, we had the little sofa caddy that we gifted to your mum, and it was the same fabric. So we thought with this, you know, if you've got some of the previous sewing panels that we've made,
isn't that gorgeous?
It would complement and coordinate with your existing collections.
It really does. And look at the little hexagons as well. There's a little iron in one, thimble, and a reel of cotton. Just gorgeous attention to detail. All designed by Kerrie from Living in Loveliness, just to bring that gorgeous country charm, that love of sewing. You really do celebrate what we love to do.
We do.
You just make it so special. You make it so special, Kerrie. I love it. I love what you do. It's cute, it's functional. I love the fact that you make storage beautiful, because we all need to get a bit more organised.
Do you think I'm really organised because I make so much storage?
Kerrie, knowing you, I just know that your home is awash with calm. Everything, I imagine everything is just white, glossy surfaces with nothing out of place. Am I right?
Absolutely.
You know it's wrong to fib, don't you?
But whenever you pop around, you'll be like, this is not what we discussed.
Let's go out and meet in a coffee shop. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. We'll leave the carnage behind.
We'll leave it there. Now, you can expand your file, your pattern folder, with these fabulous pages. Now let me just show you how they look. So I'll show you the fabrics in a second and the pattern. But what you get a vinyl pocket here. Okay, and then this is really clever. This opens up with hook and loop, and then you've got another inside pocket, massive inside pocket. So think about dressmaking pattern in here, notions in here. In your pattern file, everything's ready. Or maybe you've cut out pattern pieces for a particular part of the outfit. You've got the interfacings maybe, or the trims in here.
Things like the little hexagons, you know, if you've started the project, they're the little bits that I would definitely lose if I didn't pop them in a safe place. And that's why when we put this project together, it was important to have the hook and loop there to stop it escaping.
Absolutely, yes.
It just naturally attaches, doesn't it, rather than anything too complicated.
It does. Now then, for $14.99, we're going to start with the purple. So what you're getting inside here is you get the expansion pattern for the A4 folder pattern inserts. So you get your full instructions there. And then you also get your clear vinyl. How much of that do we get?
Half a metre.
Half a metre of clear vinyl. You get your hook and loop, both sides of that, 2 pieces. And then you also get your fabrics. So these are going to create the edgings, the bindings of the pockets and the pages, and put everything together. So of course, I suppose naturally the purple one would fit very nicely with your purple folder. Yeah.
That's the plan.
Perfect. Love that. For $14.99. And of course you could make lots more of these. All you need to do is maybe buy a bit of extra vinyl.
So your half metre of vinyl and your 2 fat quarters and your metre of hook and loop that comes in that kit, you'll make 2.
2 pages.
You'll be able to make
Perfect.
2 pages from this.
Great, love that. And then of course we've got blue china as well. So we've got a blue set. Exactly the same in there. The difference is you've got these 2 lovely blues. So you've got a lovely deep navy and then you've got a light sky blue. Metre of hook and loop, half a metre of vinyl plus your pattern. Fab. Love that. Now, Verity has been very, very popular and we're going to start with the demo in just a sec. I just want to remind you the Verity vinyl pouches, 2 different options. Pink is on screen. These are the hummingbirds. Not seen them in these fabrics before. Just lovely. 1/3 of the stock's already gone. Remember, you get enough fabric in your panel to make both of them, and they're all printed effectively fussy cut, so that when you cut out your inside lining pieces, you've got the hummingbirds perfectly framed in the center of your pockets. You've got your zip tabs, you've got the binding and the backing for 2 pouches. You just need to add a bit of vinyl. Half a metre would do it, wouldn't it?
You'd need a fat quarter, really.
Fat quarter and a couple of zips. Your choice.
Half a metre, you can be making lots.
You really could. When you've checked out, over half the stock's gone. Now, at the moment, that sounds like a safe place to be. It is probably for about the next 5 minutes. Kerrie's about to start demoing and then everything will go wild. Remember, the other option is the purple. Where everybody, here it is, here it is, here it is. The purple, really pretty, this one. You get, again, 2. There's the lighter and then there's also the darker purple, which I think would just go. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Really popular, really popular. I'm going to take some.
Can you bring this sew-line glue pen as well?
Yes,
please?
I can. Out of your caddy.
Just on
I'm going to bring the whole caddy with me. Well, this is the benefit, you see, Kerrie, of being organised, because you can just carry the bag.
There you go, bring it with you. Because I wasn't organised enough to take out what I needed.
Well, you know, but it's got to look good, huh?
Definitely. So if we start with the Verity vinyl bag, this is a really easy project. We have done this a few times. All I've actually decided again to use that glittery vinyl, which I absolutely love.
Funny that.
I love a little bit of glitter, a little bit of glitter and sparkle. And then we've got your 2 pieces. So in each of the pieces, as in all of the panels, these are labelled up, and they're labelled up exactly the same as what you'll find in the pattern as well, making that nice and easy.
Great.
So
just put the details for the vinyl on screen, shall we? We'll pop them up. We'll start with the glittery vinyl if you want to get this. It's by the half metre. It's cut to order. Yeah, so if you wanted a metre in 1 piece, 2 units, but you only need half a metre for this project. How do we get it less creased? Because it does tend to be a bit creased up in transit.
Yeah, so I did leave those in actually just to show you. So there's very limited, creases in this, but this is how it came folded, and you've just got those little ones. So your easiest thing to do is just to apply some heat to your mat. Really
not the
warm that
vinyl.
up, not the vinyl, and then place your vinyl on top. and just as you run your hands over the top, you'll feel it go a little softer.
Yep.
If you just pop that onto a cold surface, that'll cool it down
And it will
quite
just
quickly.
smooth out.
And it'll smooth out.
It's like magic.
Just like magic. Just like magic. I think
We've
I'm
got
missing a
clear
little
as
piece.
well if you want clear. But
Quite a lot of
frankly,
the
I'm
projects-
team glitter.
Yeah, these are definitely a glitter project. I mean, I very often use clear vinyl. It depends what I'm doing, whether I want it to
Perfect.
distract, but I thought it worked perfectly with
Really
this.
nice, yeah.
So the first thing I'm going to do is to just take the top and bottom vinyl pieces, which are your E-pieces. What I tend to do with the panels is I always leave that top piece on. It just makes it a little easier. You can either sew that into your seam or you can trim it off at a later stage. So all I'm doing for those two E-pieces is just folding this over in half, and really I'm just going to bind the vinyl.
Okay.
So then I'm going to bring the raw edge here into the centre, and I find that this really helps actually with sewing through the vinyl as well. I haven't got to think about changing the needle or if it's going to slow me down. Now I'm just overhanging that seam because I'm going to leave it in slightly over that centre seam that I've just pressed. And then I'll fold this in half.
Got you. Useful to have those little labels on those so you don't get confused.
Yeah, I mean, little projects like this, it's quite easy to see which one, but certainly, you know, if you're doing the pattern folder or one of the bigger projects, then it definitely is incredibly helpful.
I feel redundant today, don't
But
I?
I was
normally
just
do
thinking,
your own.
hang on, what's going on here?
You normally use me like, you know, unpaid labour.
That would be not like me at all. I take full advantage of you. So I'll repeat that on the opposite side as well. There we go. So just repeating the same. Once this has cooled down then, there you go. You're ready to go. It's there on your
Lovely.
vinyl.
I saw this week it was big birthday in the Padmore house, your daughter's birthday.
Well, we've had
Was it
two
last week?
birthdays. Saturday was Honey's birthday, so
Yeah.
she was 17 Saturday.
Oh, God, how did that happen?
I know, and a few weeks before my son was 18.
18, yeah.
I know, I feel really old now.
Stop it, no.
I feel like my life's coming back actually. I've got a little bit more time on my hands.
High five! That's what I'm talking about.
Originally, I didn't know what to do with all my time, but I seem to have filled it more than I ever have
I was going to
done,
say, well, how
actually.
long did that take? About 24 hours?
Yes. I am quite liking sitting down a lot and not doing much and
Yeah.
getting in the garden.
Welcome
so that's
to my
quite nice. I
world.
love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
So, cover's
for-
done.
That's
so is
right.
that top
So
and bottom?
That's
or?
top and bottom, and if you just, I just would hate
Clip
you to
'em on?
catch that. Yes, please.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do for your zip, so again, you've got your two pieces here, top of zipper. They both say top of zipper, so that makes it nice and easy. And just so I'm not getting any glue on the background of the pressing mat, I'm just going to put the lining in here, which will help attach it to the batting in a little bit.
Okay, what size zip have you used?
10-inch zip for these ones,
10
so it's a
inch.
10-inch zip you need.
Okay, we've got 10-inch zips, haven't we? White. A set of 5. Yeah, perfect.
So for the yellow, I think for the yellow ones, that's where I went for the bright, you know, the other panels.
Useful to have these, isn't it? You know, a little pack of zips. Let me just pop them there. Is that all? $3.99 for 5 zips. Gosh, that's cracking value.
No excuse not to add a zip
Well,
to
there
your
isn't
project. then.
really, and they're easy to sew in as well, aren't they? Let's
Nice
be
and easy, and you
honest.
can cut these down.
Love
You know,
that.
if you're adding them to your stash and they're a little bit too long, you can trim them down. So I'm just taking one of the top of the zipper pieces. I've attached just a line of the glue from the glue pen. You can use quilter's wash away tape if you've got that to hand. And then all I'm going to do is to just run my fingers over the top to secure this into position.
Lovely. Now, 10-inch pastel zips available now. Also, $2.99. £1 cheaper. Gosh, that's amazing. Stock up on zips. Today's the day. Whether you're making this project or not, that's very, very good value. And these would look really lovely actually with either panel, whether you're going for the hummingbirds or you're going for the purple and lilac. Gorgeous. Am I doing this right, Kerrie? Is it a top and bottom?
It is right,
Oh,
yeah.
right, okay.
It is right.
Excuse me. I'm just going to move that out of the way for a second.
Right in my way, isn't it? So shall I just bring this across just a little bit? So just on a straight stitch, I'm going to increase the stitch length just because I'm just tacking this into place on the back. And I'm just simply sewing along. When I get nice and close to that zip, I'm just simply going to open this up. Wiggle this around. Bit close there.
Very, very popular, this project. And I tell you as well, what's to watch, the Craft Caddy. Lots and lots of you going for the Craft Caddy. It's that nice, easy beginner project.
Yeah, that's a lovely project. To be honest, it's normally one of the projects I get people to do at classes quite soon on because it's useful as well.
Really? I'm thinking as well it would be really useful for in the garden this time of year. You could change the size of the pockets so you could fit things like your secateurs, your little hand hoe.
I definitely need one for the garden. I'm trying to spend a little bit more time in the garden this year. My mum's giving me lots of tips for growing strawberries. Top tip? My top tip?
Yeah.
I'll tell you next year if it works.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We wouldn't want to send you all off down a rabbit hole. Kerrie said I should...
Or the next time, hopefully, my tomatoes have started.
Yeah. Oh, Charlie loves growing tomatoes every summer.
Do you know, I did do it last year, actually. I'm a year into it. And I was really happy I'd got 3 tomatoes on my tomato planter.
Beautiful.
Initially, I had lots more afterwards.
Yeah.
And I sent my mum a picture.
You've never tasted tomatoes like them.
I really enjoyed all 3 of them. And I was so proud of these 3 tomatoes. I went to see my mum and she got a whole greenhouse.
Yeah,
I was like, how is that fair?
Oh.
So I've got the setup now.
But it's a start, yeah.
It was a start. So
you're top stitching really close to the zip now?
That's right. So just top stitching this into position. When I get close to the zip again, I'll just close that out of the way.
I remember the first time my very first chicken ever laid an egg, and it was the tiniest little egg, you know, what in the trade is known as a fairy or a fart egg. Tiny little thing, and I fried it. My parents were staying at the time. I fried it. It was about this big. It was minuscule. It's like a jam jar lid. And then I cut it into 4 pieces, and we all ate it with great ceremony.
Did you give everybody a piece?
Yes, and everyone declared it was the nicest egg they'd
ever had.
Ever.
So where you've clipped these into position,
beautifully.
The bit closest to the vine. Beautifully clip these into position. I forgot that word. We did have a chat about this morning as well. We're just simply going to sew as close to the vinyl. So I'm going to use a zigzag stitch here. There's just nothing quite so satisfying than seeing it grow. And I wouldn't normally have time, but as I say, the kids are far too cool to spend time with me now.
Yeah. And how old's your youngest now, Kerrie?
He's 11.
11. Oh, so still adorable.
He's adorable. He starts high school in September, so we're doing all the inductions and he's just had SATs.
Is that all okay?
Do you know what? He's really easygoing.
Took it in his stride.
He just takes it in his stride.
Yeah.
He just doesn't bat an eyelid at anything. He's so easygoing.
Who does he get that from?
Craig. You've met Craig, haven't you? I could have tried to tell a fib there, but you've met us both.
Well, you're wildly creative.
At 100 miles a minute.
Yeah.
My mum calls me a tornado when I get to my mum. She'll go, "Oh, the tornado's here."
No.
And then Craig's just really gentle and
balance.
We balance each other out. Yeah. We do. So I've sewn this together, and this really is one just to get the most. I mean, originally when I did this pattern, it was to show you how to use scraps, get the most from your scraps. And to attach this to the zip, all I'm going to do here is attach another little bit of glue, stick it on top, and then top stitch along there. As easy as that.
Yeah.
So because we've got the folder to look to, I'm not going to do that for now.
Okay. But presumably then that gets laid on top, bind the edge, job's a good one.
And it's entirely up to you. So I think on the other one I had the lighter purple. And I know this says back of pocket, but you can mix these up, can't you? So once this is in position then...
Love that purple.
Then you're just simply attaching this on top, sewing around the exterior part to secure these into place, and then you've also got your 4 pieces of your binding as well. So the way that we did the binding in the original pattern, and we've kept it the same for the panel, is to do 4 strips of fabric. So you're simply sewing these together, shortest raw edge, and then folding and binding And you have all of the steps on the inside of the pattern as well to show you exactly how to do all of this.
It's one of my favourite projects you've done, Kerrie. I love it. It's really pretty, it's really simple but so effective.
I haven't mentioned there's actually
gorgeous.
a pre-recorded tutorial in this one as well. So as I've not finished it, you have that option there via a QR code.
Nice, love that, love that. And you've also got a link if we can't do QR codes.
The link's there as well. So.
Good.
Both options covered.
Lots of you multi-buying this. They're giftable, aren't they? And also versatile.
They're great for beginners as well, if you're encouraging people to start. What a nice project for children as well.
Really like them very much. Do check out though, won't you? Don't let them linger. Now, I'm going to show you, just recap the details of the Verity vinyl bag, just very quickly. This is the purple lilac version, which is the one Kerrie's just been demoing. Remember, you get a printed panel with everything. Would you mind just
Shall we do it together?
taking one? Yes, please. So everything on there, all printed, all the right size. It's big.
It's very big, isn't it?
It is big. It is big. It's a two-person job. So you get enough fabric to do two. You need a bit of vinyl, a couple of zips. That's it. Some thread. You get the full pattern as well with all your dimensions. So if you want to make 50 of these and give them to all your girlfriends, or you want to give them to all the children in your family for their pencil crayons, or so many ways you can use them.
You can't necessarily see that on the camera, but if you have a little look, there are different tones of your purples and lilacs on here as well.
Yeah, really lovely. I'd buy that fabric range. It's beautiful. Plus your pattern, of course, for $16.99. It's a bit of a steal. It's a bit of a steal. Keep going through. Now the other option, which is still my favourite, Kerrie.
Oh, it's my favourite.
Still my favourite.
I love hummingbirds, and they're my favourite colours in this as well.
Absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely on this International Day of Loveliness. Tis official.
Decided by Kerrie and Stuart.
Do you know, it's how we roll. You get again two. So this time around, it's all about that very, very carefully centred image. You don't have to very carefully centre it. Kerrie's done all the hard work for you. Best fact ever. Go on, Hannah. A group of hummingbirds. Did you know the collective noun for a group of hummingbirds? Hummingbirds. A bouquet?
I did not know that.
A glittering of hummingbirds. A hover of hummingbirds. A shimmer. Or a tune. As in, la 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 la, loveliness. I think a shimmer. Or what was it?
I like a glittering.
A glittering.
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 Is that what you said?
That's very fancy, isn't it? You know, I asked for one thing for my birthday. I just wanted a glittering of hummingbirds when I walked in the room. Why does everything go wrong?
We were divas.
I love it. $16.99 for that. Keep going through. I need to give you a bit of space and leave you to it. We'll come back and do the craft caddy in a second. No, the folder. The folder. Hannah. Oh, Marie's sent me a little message. What ho, Stuart? Have a lovely day from Islington. Oh, bless you. Bless you. It's lovely, isn't it? Oh, Jenny Jackson's got in touch. Good morning, Naughty. What a thing to say. So looking forward to seeing you on Sunday. Looking forward to seeing you, Jenny. Right. Craft folder. Pattern folder. I love this. This is the project, but not the colourway you're going to make. It's a cover for an A4 ring binder. So easy to get, cheap as chips to buy, but look really dull and boring. This makes them smart, functional, beautiful, and very, very reflective of our love of sewing. Gorgeous little outer there. You can do a bit of embroidery, you could do machine embroidery, a bit of patchwork if you want to. You can really personalise this. And then inside you've got pockets here. Okay, for all your stuff. You've got pockets here, a zip pocket with vinyl over here. You've also got the option of buying an add-on pattern for some vinyl pages that go inside. But as it is, you could put ordinary poly pockets in there with your dressmaking patterns, your EPP pieces, however you want to use it. Now we've 2 options. We'll start with China Blue. Oh, sorry, had you put the other one? Sorry. A message. Just bought the folder sleeve and the pockets. Looking forward to making it as I have so many boring folders not being used. That's Jenny in Hampshire. Again, it's always about, we want to be organised. We want the intentions there, but it's boring, isn't it? We just want to make it more beautiful. You've done it for us, Kerrie.
That's why I have one for my bills, because that's the most boring thing to do, isn't it?
To try and sort of soften the blow. So there's the panel. It is huge, okay? It is absolutely huge. You've got all the pieces on there for the outer and the inside of your folder. You don't need to add any other fabric to this, do you, at all? You've even got, look, you've even got the little patchwork pieces to embellish the front with. I love that. All in this gorgeous ditzy floral in shades of China Blue. It's very pretty. Very pretty. So you get your full panel, you also get your full instructions. So once you've made one, quickly, easily, with pre-measured panel pieces, you can then dig into your fat quarters, your scraps, your yardage, your favourite fabric collection, and make lots more. I think they would make the most wonderful gift for somebody. Can we make and sell your pattern?
Yes, you can, yeah.
Ace. Oh, imagine those for sale.
There'd be something different on your stand.
Really different, really different. As soon as you add a practical element to something beautiful, it becomes 3 times more attractive, yeah. I think. This is the other option. It's the purple kind of I love sewing version, isn't it? Sewing fabulously. Love it. 100% cotton panels, of course, with this lovely design of dressmaking, mannequins, scissors, the seam ripper, of course, which we love, our seam ripper, the chalk triangle, an iron, buttons, all these lovely little notions, little florals. And if you've used Kerrie's panel actually to make the sewing caddy, the armchair caddy, you can get that in this version as well, so you can make a little matching set. Love it. Right, Kerrie, we need to get back to you. You're going to show us how to make this.
Okay. So the first thing to do, I just wanted to show you the panel as well. I know we've looked at that and we've got the little hexagons, but you also have this extra little row of your scissors and bobbins and stitch unpickers. So if you cut that a little bit bigger, as we said earlier on, if you were to cut this to this size, then you've got that additional little piece on there which you could actually
substitute that if you want.
You could definitely substitute that if you wanted to. So the first thing to do with the exterior part is nice and easy, and you can see here just how easy this goes together, because I need easy. So we've got your A, your B, I'll just swap these around, your C, your D is the batting, then you've got that centre middle part there with your little hexagons if you're adding these onto here, and then you've got the top part of the fabric as well. So to put this together, did I move a piece? There was my D piece, there we go. We're simply just, so this is the exterior part of the project, and we're just simply sewing these together to get started. Now when I put this together, I've used the batting on the back of each individual piece.
So ordinary quilt batting's fine?
That's right, yeah.
Great for using up scraps?
Definitely great for using up your scraps. And I did choose the, you know, the same fabric on the back of those. So what I'm going to do is initially just sew this together in the order, you know, following your alphabet, basically.
Yeah.
So the first part of the panel, the measurements are in there for you to cut your batting individually. But to be honest with you, the thing that makes that easier is to sew these together, just your fabrics, and then cut your batting.
Oh, okay.
Thereafter.
Oh, and so it's not in the seam allowance?
That's right, yeah.
Oh, I like that.
So
have you used 80-20 batting?
I've used 80-20 on this, yeah.
We do great 80-20 batting. I've been using it in quilts for years, Kerrie. and it's my go-to.
That's my go-to as well. And, you know, I like making these little projects. This one, the Verity, because, you know, very often, I don't know about you, you end up with bits and pieces left that you put off the side. So these are nice projects to use up even your batting scraps.
Yeah.
I think my batting scraps are as big as my fabric stash, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Batting's on screen. It's $6.99 for a half a metre. Kerrie, would half a metre be enough?
Yeah, plenty.
Yeah.
Plenty in your half metre here.
Or just come round Kerrie's with a bag.
Yeah, but I will get you to help me tidy up as well while you're there. Because
Okay,
I make a lot of mess on my travels.
Buy it.
I'll very happily give you a bag of batting.
Not happening, Kerrie. Not going to happen.
It was worth a shot.
Yeah. Now tell me honestly, did you get honey out of bed at 4 a.m. this morning to do your hair today?
No, I didn't. No, I did think about it, but no, I didn't. She's got a lot on at college at the moment, so she needs a rest.
Yes.
She needs a rest.
Yes. I've
So
got
a
friend who's got her, it's not the MOX, is it like AS levels or something?
Yeah, Honey's
Yeah.
just...
Is she just doing that too?
She's just done. She did some exams last week, so... Yeah, I was never very good with exams, so, you know, they just take it in their stride, you know. When Chase had his, it was lovely, actually, when he had his MOX last week, week before, can't remember now, they all roll into one. So here I'm just going to cut it to the same size.
Oh,
and he came out of school and I was like, how did it go? And he said, Mum, it's like you've said, I can only do my best. And that's what I've done. I thought, you know, you're picking them up every day thinking, how they're going to feel when they come out, thinking about how I would have felt. Well, more so when I did GCSEs, you know, but the stress and the worry of it, and they just get on with it. Lots of things have changed, haven't they?
They have. Just about 5 minutes left.
No problem. So all you'll do here is just then sew this together. Let's just put that the right way. Now I just want to show you the templates that we've done here. So everything on your template, because this will really help you with the project. You've got your step-by-step instructions, but when we're referring to each letter in the pattern, we've put exactly where you're attaching your hook and loop. So we've sewn this on, where you're doing your double hem, just because there's so many different pieces here. One thing that I forgot to mention is this section, we've actually put an additional template in there. So if you are putting sewing patterns on, as I have done on my sample there, you can simply then just pop this panel over the top.
Oh, and see straight through.
And you can see straight through here. So you go into centre it, take your seam allowance into position, because this would have been a template, because you're getting the templates in here in addition to your panel. So if you want to make it again, you have the templates there. And then you can see through there, and that's really the reason that I decided to use a lighter fabric. And then you've even got the little hexagons on there as well, so you know exactly where you position those.
That's awesome. Really good, love that. Whereas with light fabrics, for a darker fabric, you'd need perhaps to use a light box. And if you're in the market for one of those, we happen to have some in the 12 o'clock hour. A message from Jamie, who's in Greater Manchester. Jamie says, just checked out the beautiful blue folder cover for my new term at tailoring school. Mature student, lol. Jamie, that is fantastic.
That's amazing, actually.
You're doing a tailoring course at Manchester. That is really awesome.
I know, that's very exciting.
Where was that when I needed it 11 years ago?
You can always go back.
I could go back.
You can always go back.
Yeah.
Now the front's really easy to construct. Once you've put that together, you've got your letters there. Now I just wanted to very quickly show you the zip. The zip goes together very similar to the way it does in the Verity vinyl bag. The only difference here really is where I attach the binding directly to the vinyl. This time I'm attaching this to the zip and then popping that. And this really is where I find the glue really helpful. And then you're sewing this into position. Now when you come to put that pocket together, you're then simply placing this directly onto this panel. Have we got the sample and then it's easier to refer to?
Yeah, we do.
Then you're placing this here onto the panel. And to secure this particular pocket into place, so if I just go through this little bit here, all I've done there is just sewn along the top, so anything that you put in that clear vinyl piece can't fall out. And the only other thing really, again, I've just shown you on the templates, we've got the positioning of where your hook and loop go, and these are just double hemmed pockets here. And then you've got this to collapse into here.
So I think this is really nice, basic sewing skills, but sort of interpreted in a way which will really be interesting to make, sort of take you a bit further,
definitely
expand your
take it a little bit
skills.
further. And we did this really because we ran the Fast Fat Quarter Fund for 21 issues, and throughout that pattern series we were asked, we need somewhere to actually put all of the patterns, and that's why we finished that sewing series on this particular pattern, so it makes it nice and organised for you.
Love it, love it. You make storage so beautiful. The next hour, of course, when you're back at 10, we're going to be doing the lunch bag, which I'm frankly in love with. So lunch goes in here. Okay.
There's no donuts. I'm very sorry.
Look, you can use your insulating batting in that. But the bit that I really love, look at the front. So you open this. Oh, look. So clever. Yeah, add your own knife and fork. I always carry chopsticks with me as well because I do love a noodle box.
I actually need to get some chopsticks. I've become a bit. I keep looking at that little TikTok.
Oh,
and
I can barely sew without them.
Different ways to make eggs using chopsticks, like into a little flower. I'm
Really?
gonna have to send it you. Then when you have your eggs, you can try it with your chopsticks.
I love it, Kerrie. As always, you're an absolute superstar. I'll see you in an hour.
See you in an hour.
Love her. Right, let's just, the purple folder for the, yes, got it. Right, so this is the Living in Loveliness pattern folder. You get the pattern, you get the fabric panel in the purple. Now this is the one which is beautifully sewing themed. So scissors, mannequins, reels of thread, something my next guest, Helen Rhiannon, I'm sure will approve of. Just beautiful. Everything there, all pre-measured. All you've got to do is cut it out, sew it together. Super easy, fast, fun, and functional. So that's the purple, $18.99. We've also got it in the blue china. So same thing, and you just need to add a standard A4 ring folder, ring binder, and bit of vinyl, a zip, bit of thread, you know, little notions really. That's all you need to add in. Bit of quilt weight batting. We're on single figures when everyone's checked out. So my top tip, you know this, while we're on break, check out your basket, otherwise you will miss out. Blue china then, $18.99 for this version. Blue's the world's favourite colour, isn't it?
Is it?
Good, yeah, apparently so. Yeah, it's my favourite colour for sure.
Yeah,
love blue, love it. Absolutely gorgeous. Becky's just got in touch to say, morning all, love that lunch bag. That strawberry lunch bag is coming up at 10 o'clock. You might want to jump ahead onto the website. Now, we've also been looking today at the Verity vinyl bag. Let's do the hummingbirds first. So your panel, remember, is enough to make 2 of these gorgeous zip-topped vinyl bags or pouches. Perfect for things like carrying your hand sewing around with you, your crochet, your sock knitting project maybe, or toiletries, makeup, colouring pencils. You get the panel, everything's included there, you just need a bit of vinyl and a zip. You also though get your full pattern. So this isn't make 2 and you're done forever. You can make hundreds of these afterwards using the pattern. Again, they are sitting in baskets. Check them out, please. They're not yours till you check out. The other option there is the purple. I've got so many lovely things on the table with me. I think I might have taken it over there, did I? I don't know. I'm not sure. Yes, I did. I did. Thank you, Kerrie. Bless you. The purple is right here. So you get the light purple and the dark purple. Absolutely beautiful, plus your pattern. Again, £16.99. Over half of those have gone. So in the break, do check out your basket. Right, we're going to go to break now, and when we come back, we're going to have an hour of dressmaking with Helen Rhiannon. I'll see you after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
And we're back. Sorry for that very, very long break. We've been shuffling desks here. It'll all become clear why in just a moment. Welcome back to this fabulous dressmaking hour with the fabulous Helen Rhiannon. Hey, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Loving that dress. You look gorgeous.
Well, I finally had to make one because I know first time I'm on with you today now. But before this, I had 2 dresses that I just had rotation because I just hadn't got around to making a new one. So
all about the dressmaking today.
Ta-da.
All about the dressmaking. It's lovely to meet you, Helen.
And you.
We've got a great pattern. Let me show you. It's the Elodie wrap dress from Closet Core Patterns. Helen and I were talking about this earlier on, about what fantastic patterns Closet Core produce. These are really, really beautiful, very wearable, simple to sew in the main. Very, very straightforward, easy beginner project, but with some really nice details that just help to elevate the pattern. It's a gorgeous wrap dress in 2 lengths, with or without pockets, 2 different sleeve options as well. And what I really love about this project are those sleeves, and they're a sort of kimono sleeve, all in one, nothing to set in. Here are the views you can make, A and B, and a bit of mixing and matching between the 2. Now, UK sizes 2 to 22. The sizes on screen are the American sizes, which it's in currently. So please don't leap in and just say, I'm a 16, I'll make the 16, because it'll be an 18. Always go by your measurements, of course. But here are the sizes, if you just have a quick look. So American 0 to a 20 is a UK 2 to a 22. But take your measurements and work with those to get the best fit. So this covers a really nice broad range of sizes too. We'll have a look at that. But I think there's always a little bit of wiggle room with a wrap dress. Bit easier to fit than some of the other. And of course, no closures to worry about, no zips, no hook and eyes, no buttons and buttonholes. Nice, easy sew. Now, fabric bundles. These have been so popular. They've been going wild. They've been going wild. We're going to start with the one that Helen's going to demo with. This is very pretty. These are all viscose poplin. Fewer than 20 of these left, and this was the one we had most of. It's beautiful and drapey, light, cool. I mean, this is your summer staple fabric, isn't it, really? Great in autumn as well with a little cardigan, but just lovely, soft, drapeable, cool and light on your skin. It's going to look absolutely beautiful and not at all see-through either. It's always a worry, isn't it, with light fabrics that they're going to be see-through, but this is completely opaque, but lovely and light. 100% viscose, a 5-metre bundle for $28.99. I think that's phenomenal value. It's 146 centimetres wide. 5 metres is enough for the largest size of the Elodie wrap dress in the longer length as well. So good to know. Single figures of that one. Single figures. And this was the one we had most of. So you know how this is going to go. Right, so this one is gone. This is the one our sample's made and it's gone. That's very elegant. Well done, everyone that jumped on the website before, though. Should we do the large floral on a red background? This is lovely. It's about to sell out. There's 2 of these bundles left. So it's literally, I'll give you a quick flash. Oh, it's gorgeous. It's very summer wedding, isn't it? And I love these fabrics because you can pull out so many different colours to tone with it. Lovely tan, strappy sandal to go with that. It'd be lovely, wouldn't it? A little belt. Or you could maybe accentuate the black, some black accessories. It's about to sell out, so we'll move on. We'll move on. Right, ending 05, the black, smaller floral. Again, 5-metre bundle. The prices on these are extraordinary. I know lots of you are buying this to make an Elodie dress, but I know lots of you are probably buying this thinking that will just go in my stash, thank you. I have another pattern that will go in. The photo of this on the website is a bit wrong. Sorry about that. This is the one you'll get. That's lovely. I just put my hands there so you can see the scale. It's a mid-sized floral. Black background, gorgeous, lovely, warm, vibrant blooms all over. Love this little bit of slaty blue. Again, the price is awesome, $28.99. What is that about? It's less than £6 a metre, isn't it? Do you think that's a good price, Helen?
Really good.
Really phenomenal,
really good,
isn't it? I remember years ago, that was the biggest complaint about dressmaking. Oh, it's so expensive, the fabric's expensive, they're hard to find. Not anymore. Love it. Right, and then our last fabric bundle that we've got. This is stunning, absolutely stunning. Again, this is a viscose, lovely and drapeable, light, which I think is so important for summer wear, that it feels cool and comfortable, but also just beautiful. If you've got a summer wedding maybe, this is going to look so elegant. Little garden party, or for the office. 5 metres, $28.99. Right, Helen, join me in the centre. It's exciting, isn't it?
It is.
Legs for days.
I know.
Hello, you.
Hello.
Talk me through the Elodie.
So it's a beautiful dress. Closet core are, the patterns are so lovely to do, so they're really easy to follow, and they've got really nice little details. So on the front here, obviously you've got your wrap, and you've got a nice spacious room under here as well. So nice big sleeves, and you've got all of this space. So there's flexibility within sizes there, I think, as well.
Yeah, love that as well. I love the fact that it's not really closely fitting under the arm, because that's another thing for summer wear, especially if you're going to be in it all day and you want to feel comfy.
Yeah, it's just a nice comfy dress. You've got the little darts on the front here, well, tucks on the front, okay, where they're just taken in there. So I'm going to demo that today as well. And then you've got your tie coming round here. So this is attached to the front, so like a normal wrap dress. But if I turn you around to the back, you've got, again, some little kind of tucks on the back.
It's very nicely shaped, isn't it?
It's really nice shape. But the nice detail is this tie actually comes through on your waistband. So if I show you there, and this is something I'll hopefully, I won't be able to fully demo it, but I'll talk you through the pattern. But you'll see that that has actually come through.
There's a little gap, isn't there, in the waistband?
So it just gives it a much nicer finish, because usually sometimes you have to put that little bit of ribbon inside or elastic, something to hold it. But instead, this has given you the full tie around, so you've got a really comfortable bit. It's a little bit fiddly because you have to hand sew the gap up, but I think it's worth it for when you can tie this on and it's not going anywhere. You're not worrying about it slipping inside and dropping.
No, absolutely.
So it's really beautiful.
It's a really nice finish, beautiful.
I really like it.
And I really, really like the front of this with that wrap. It just has a bit of extra float without being frilly. Yeah, really smart dress. It's lovely. Okay, super. What about the different lengths, Helen? This is the longer length?
I think so. Top of my head.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, actually. No,
and then there's an above the knee version.
I think there were 3. I'll double check the pattern, but I think we went midway.
Okay.
I don't know if there was more to it.
Yes, there is a mid. There is a mid.
I think I cut mid.
Yeah.
I will check when I get the
cool.
patterns out.
So is that just below the knee?
I think so, yeah. That would look about below the knee. So it depends on your height. You've got a nice length to play with there as well.
So you can have a longer length, below the knee or above the knee?
Yeah, I think so.
Absolute. What a fantastic all-rounder. Yeah, there we go. We can see those different options. There's the long length. There's a short.
Yeah, I went midi,
And, oh, that's the longest. That's the longest. I like that. I like that very much. Gorgeous. Thanks for the tour, Helen.
That's okay.
Fab. Now, remember, it's all about the Elodie wrap dress today from Closet Core Patterns. This pattern comes in sizes, American sizes, 0 to 20, which equates to a UK 2 to 22. So it really covers a lot of bases there. Now, talking about price, we don't normally do price comparisons on dressmaking patterns, but today we felt we should, really, because we're charging $19.99 for this. But check this out. $23.99. No, thank you. $19.99 here at Sewing Street. Thank you. Yes. Another one, please. $22.99. It's still no from me. Yes, $19.99. I mean, £3, £4, that's important. I think, yeah. I'm very conscious now at prices of everything. It's a great saving. Size-wise, remember, the pattern is an American pattern, so it's American sizing. So 0 to a 20, which equates to a UK 2 to a 22. Now, as always with patterns, don't just automatically pick the size that you would buy if you went into you know, Marks or John Lewis. Measure yourself, use your measurements, and make some little adjustments as well if you need to. I'll talk to Helen about anywhere we might make adjustments, you know, lengthen or shorten pattern pieces a little bit to fit your body. But a really good range of sizes there. And remember, if you've gone for one of the fabric bundles, you'll have enough fabric to make the longest length with the longest sleeve in the largest size. Now, the only fabric bundle that we still have in stock is the very last one that I showed you, which I'm just going to unfurl like a mainsail on a ship. I think this is beautiful. Absolutely lovely. I mean, you know me, I do love black with brights. This is super elegant, beautifully summery. It's elegant. Oh, it's sold out. Was it the unfurling? I think it probably was. Helen, over to you.
Ready for me, great.
More than ready.
Okay. So a couple of things, obviously, with viscose. It is beautiful fabric and it looks absolutely beautiful when it's made up. You do need to be a little bit more careful with how you use it because there's a lot of movement in it as well, obviously. So the first things within the instructions is you've got quite a lot in here. So if I lay that,
it's a book, isn't it?
It is a full booklet. But as I said, I made the Mitchell trousers last time I was here with the welt pocket. So I was a little bit mad and demoed a welt pocket live on air.
Good for you.
But the pattern instructions are so clear. And again, these are clear. I do feel they're written by maybe a slightly different person, but they are the same kind of vibe of everything's covered, which is great.
No one should be worried that, oh my goodness, it's a book, it must be really complicated. It's just everything's really well explained.
Really well explained. So there's all different options for depending on the width of your fabric, how to lay it all out. So if you need help with your actual lay plan itself. So you've got plenty in there and it's for all the different options, whether you've got short sleeve, long sleeve. Because I think, was there a different sleeve option?
Yeah, there is.
Long sleeve, short skirt.
Yeah.
So you've got a real combo you can make, you know, quite a few combinations.
Lots of patterns in one, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's a really good pattern for that. So the very first thing you've got is your interfacing, and I thought it's something I do cover usually when I come on, depending on the type of fabric. And I think it's really important with the viscose because there's so much movement in it. What you don't want to do is cut out your pattern pieces separately and then cut out your interfacing and try and join them together. Because with viscose, it's a nightmare. But more so, you've also got your facing here. So you've got a front facing, which is, I think it is on the straight within this here, but you're going to have, you've got a bias cut across there. So if you try and cut out everything separately and then try and iron them all together at the end, you will have an absolute nightmare. So don't do it. Block views. So those of you who haven't seen the demos I've done before, all it means is I'm going to demo using the back facing piece, which is here. So you can see that separately. So you get your piece of fabric and then you work out how much you actually need of it. So when it's in half and you place that on the fold, I've worked out what I need. Before you cut that out, you attach your interfacing, which is on the inside here, okay? So
don't cut out the pattern piece, just a rectangle.
Just cut your rectangle, and what you're cutting is a block. So your block fusing is the word for it. So when you've got your piece then ironed on, I think I used the interfacing I had sent to me was the nice lightweight one for this, which really works well with the viscose. So that folds over, and then you place this on the fold, and then you would pin it, and then you would cut it out.
To be honest with you, Helen, I do that with all my...
I can't be...
I did, first dressmaking I followed the pattern and cut it all, and I thought, this is a faff. So I've been doing that for
Exactly. It takes you longer anyway, doesn't it?
It's got time.
I know, and I just hate it when you are actually then trying to match it all together, and it's really hard work. So I would normally use a blade for this. I'd use a rotary cutter. So I'm just going to whiz around this just quickly. But tell me if my face gets over. I think I need glasses because I realise I lean over into everything. So if my head's in the way, I was doing it last time with Vic, give me a shout. So we'll just cut that out. So at least then you've got a nice firm fabric to cut. And I would actually, what I'm doing now is probably a little bit of a wrong thing. When it's interface like that, you can pick it up. But my advice would be, when you've got your actual viscose laid out, you don't want that coming up off the table. So what you don't want to be doing is at any point when it's all pinned flat, is lifting it and moving it. Ideally, you want to get your fabric laid out as flat as you can.
Yeah.
Pin everything down really, really well. If you're using a rotary cutter, then obviously it depends how much space you've got covered with mats for you to do it. But if you can cut in one go, great. But if not, pin your pieces really, really well, and especially pin where you've got notches. Because as soon as you cut around, and if you start lifting this, your viscose will start going in all different directions, and you lose those little points that need to be marked. So pin really, really well. If you do use weights, that's fine, but I would definitely pop a pin in where you've got notches and important markings, so that when you do lift your pattern up once you've cut it, those key features for you to get to cut are still in the same place.
Yeah, it's all in the preparation, isn't it, with some fabrics?
So.
Just take your time.
Absolutely. Now, one other thing on here, it is a little bit strange. They've got a small notch here, and I'm a big fan of notches, okay, which I'm sure you'll find out. But they actually put a notch either side of the centre. Now, I find
rather than a centre notch?
I think it's just because they couldn't mark the centre, but personally, I would rather just do a little snip in the centre. And matching this up, I think you've got a centre back seam to match it to anyway. But follow it. There's no harm putting the notches in anyway, and then you'll see when you put it together how that works. Okay, so once you've cut out your facings, those are there ready. They can go to one side. And I'm going to show you, and go straight on to the back piece. So those lovely little tucks that I showed you on the back, I'm going to talk you through here. So as you can see, even when we place this on, you can see that the fabric starts to stretch out and starts to move. If you've pinned it well, you've notched everything well, then it will all come back into the right shape. That's the biggest thing.
It's not going to distort, is it?
No,
it's
it
very
will come
fluid.
back. Absolutely.
It's the very thing that we love in the finished garment.
Exactly. So
just makes the preparation something to work slowly on.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So on your back piece, what you have are these very small little pleats here. So if you can see those, hopefully. And so what you have in the pattern, on the back piece, you have just your 4 notches on the bottom, and it tells you which way then to fold, so you're going left to right. So if you're unsure, I would always get the pattern piece itself and just see what that looks like when it's done with the paper pattern, so you can see what you're trying to achieve.
I do love that little detail on the dress, and it's on the front and the back as well. Just think these little pleats here, they just add some soft shaping. They're very pretty.
Well, the back is literally just folded over and pinned in place, but the front you are stitching your pleats, so I'll show you that and show you the difference. Again, with, hopefully you can see from here, when you've got your 2 notches here, and you're pinching on your notch, and then you place that onto your second notch. What you want to make sure as well, that you haven't got all of these layers here. You can see that. You want everything to be, I'm going to have to lift this to do it, all your edges, your raw edges need to just line up beautifully. So it's all about making sure that as you're sewing this, you take the time to prep, so that is a nice continuous line across there, which hopefully you can see.
Absolutely.
Okay, so little details like that will make your journey much easier when you're using viscose. You can tack those in place, so you can run a little row stitching across. For today, it's fine, we'll just leave that for now. And then your next thing is to actually put your centre back seams together. So a little tip again, with your viscose, with everything, you have got this on the straight here, but there is still that little bit of movement. So my rule with everything when you're dressmaking is to pin the top end and then go straight down to the other end. Don't try and pin, because what will happen is it may stretch, and I think this is actually quite nice, this seam here, but I've got a side seam on the skirt to show you how much that can actually extend.
And don't just start sewing at the top and don't pin it and lop it off. Right.
It's like my biggest bugbear. So my mum's an improviser, so she probably would have done that. She would have pinned it all and then gone, oh, I'll just chop that bit off. And then everything starts getting all a little bit out of sync. Trust your pattern, trust that your pattern works. And if you're not sure, put your pattern paper pieces together. If something is off, and think, well, does it work on the paper pattern? And if it does, it should then work on your fabric, and it will spring back into life.
Cool.
So pin your end here. Where's that pin gone? And then once you've done that, you can use like your fingertips just to kind of flatten it all back out. You have got notches in the centre back. So again, once you've done both ends, go in to find where your notches are, and then everything else in between.
Yeah.
And again, it's really important that you make sure that your edges are not sticking too far over, because as soon as you start pinning and you've got that, then again, you're losing bits.
It changes the shape and the fit, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it is an easy pattern to follow. So if you are new to it, don't let that put you off, but just make sure you take your time and you make sure everything as it should be.
Yeah.
Don't cut corners. So again here, I'm going to make sure these raw edges are exactly lined up on here. Okay, so when you're sewing, I'd love the Elna, and I've got a Janome, which is like a vintage Janome now. It's almost 2 decades old. And
does that mean vintage? 20 years old?
Janome called it vintage, and when I was writing the book and I put a picture on it, they said, that's one of our vintage Janomes. It's like, but what's
Thanks for making us all feel old.
But it also goes to show, buy a good machine that will last you forever. The lovely thing about the Elna machines is they've got the pressure button on the top. So especially with viscose, you can take that pressure dial, take it so it's a little bit looser, so it's not pushing your layers separately.
Okay, so turn the dial to the left.
So lower it on the top here, so it's to a lower number. And then it's taking that pressure off the foot, so then it's just loosening it so that you're sewing your 2 layers and that your foot's not pushing that layer. So that's a really lovely feature of these machines.
Great tip.
Okay, this is just like a whole viscose tutorial with this.
Perfect.
Anything like this.
We love viscose, but it can frighten some dressmakers. It's a gorgeous fabric to sew with. When you're sewing, sewing viscose, do you need to use a special stitch or?
No, well, not that I do. I'm quite a basic seamstress. I'm quite old school. So I've got the stitch length on 2.6. The tension is usually on 4. I've wiggled it a little bit because it was a little bit tight with a thread on here earlier. But usually keep your tension on 4 unless you know why you're changing it. Your stitch length is normal, but you let the machine do the hard work. So what you're not doing is pulling or pushing is the key thing. And I'm just double checking the seam allowance in here, because this does, at the beginning, I think I remember reading where it says this is your seam allowance unless it's said otherwise. But what I found is it mainly is 5/8, 16 mils. But every stage, just double check your seam allowance, because some are 1 centimetre. So you just need to be clued up so that you're not going to jump to the wrong one. So this one is, so I'm going to show you what we've done here. Oh, one thing I should say actually, I don't know what you feel about it, but I'm not a massive fan of stay stitching.
Okay.
So I have these discussions with Sean as well, I know.
All right,
mainly because I think if you are a good seamstress, you're experienced, then stay stitching is great because you'll go into control the fabric through the machine in a good way. If you're new to it, you run the risk, especially on the bias, of stretching that fabric. So as soon as you do a row of stay stitching, if you're pulling it or not, you're a bit inexperienced, then you're stay stitching it into the wrong shape, if that makes sense. So it's a personal choice, and I always think, and John was a bit kind of similar way of going, well, it's up to you. If you know what you're doing, great, but just if you stay stitch, just make sure that you don't pull the fabric in the wrong way, because there is actually a lot on here where it gets you to stabilize all of the seams. Okay. So it's quite a lot of work, this one, if you do it, and I have to put my hands up and say I didn't do it.
You didn't do it.
I didn't.
And you made a lovely dress.
And I made a beautiful dress. So and all the seams still fitted.
Yeah.
So it's a personal choice. It's not you shouldn't do it, but it's up to you. So I will just sew this down here now in the centre back. So we are 15 centimetre or 16 mils it is on here. So when you're sewing, keep your pins in until you get up to them, because if you take them out too early, again, your fabric will start to move. So what you see, my fingertips are doing the work here. So the machine is taking it through and I'm just making sure that it's not stretching it.
Right.
So you're not holding it tight and you're not doing this, pulling it, okay?
It's a gentle guide.
Yeah.
Like parenting, I believe.
I've got
no idea.
Yes, no, it's chaos that is. You might find you get a little bubble across here. So this is why don't take your pins out too early because it would just keep pushing that bubble along.
Right.
So try and allow that to still work through the machine. And then leave that pin in just to the last millimetre. Keep your seams in place there. Okay.
Now, of course, I can't not mention, Helen, that it's the sewing bee starting up tomorrow. Are you excited?
I am excited. Just need to stay awake because isn't it 9 o'clock?
Yes.
9 o'clock?
Yes.
So I need to actually make
It's
sure
a
I'm
late
awake
night.
for 9 o'clock. I know.
It's exciting though. Have you had a look at the new bees?
I have. There's one from Swansea actually.
Oh really? Who's
and
that?
Fauve? Is it Fauve? I didn't know.
Oh,
I was wondering. Fauve.
Fauve, I think.
Fauve. I said it wrong. I don't think I've met her because there's only a handful of us that teach sewing workshops in Swansea. So I thought, did I start her off on her journey? But I don't think I did. I think someone else did, but never mind. And there's one from Cardiff I've seen. There's a few Welshies in there.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mix of people, which is, I love it. I just love seeing everybody at the start of the experience. So, okay, so sewn that centre seam. The lovely thing about viscose as well is it presses really nicely. So always press your seams in the centre. Use the tip of your iron. Press it all out and it should look really beautiful then from the right side. So I'm not going to worry doing that for now because there's quite a lot to show on this pattern, so we won't get through everything.
So say if you want, I can press it for you.
Oh. You can come back
I've got
to
my
Wales
uses.
And you can come and sew for me.
I've
That'd
got
be
my
brilliant.
uses.
So always press your seams as you go through because especially with this, you don't want to be fighting pressing your seams at the end. It's much easier to press at this stage.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next bit, I'm going to turn this over to the, actually no, we're on this little section here. So this is the front part now, which is probably the most fiddly bit on here. So hopefully you can see from above, this is the section we're looking at down here. And what we've got is these little pleats. Okay, so they're like release pleats, is what they call them on here.
Okay.
You've also got your right to left, so it tells you which way to actually fold them on here. So I'm going to show you the way I do it, because again, I don't do tailor tacks. We're going to go for speed today, rather than tailor tacks.
Okay, yep.
But I've just cut a small little notch where each of these notches are on the end here. So with the tip of your scissors, it's just enough for you to just cut your 0.5 mils. So we'll release the rest of the pattern, but what I have done, I've also put a pin just in the top. So if I take that out and show you, at the top of there, hopefully you've got that, you can put the pin straight in and just anchor those pins in place so they don't move.
Okay.
Then release the rest of the pattern off. And then you're left with just this section now, which is attached.
Okay.
So what I would do, one at a time, I would unanchor the pin. I'm going to hold on to it the other side. I'm going to peel off
Gotcha.
that. Okay, so I'm going to do that for each one, but re-anchor it because otherwise you will lose your spots.
Michelle's got in touch using Greater London, Helen, to say, I've bought this pattern mainly because I signed up to a dressmaking course and so far haven't touched viscose, but I will. Helen is explaining things so well.
Oh,
Thank
good.
you.
Good luck with it. It is a lovely fabric. It is lovely.
It's all about having the knowledge, isn't it?
Absolutely.
No fabric, no pattern is beyond anybody if you've got the knowledge.
Exactly. And it's the small little tips sometimes, isn't it? And especially if you do something and you haven't got those basic tips.
You teach a lot of workshops, teach a lot of...
yeah.
I can really tell that from how you go through everything. You know exactly what we all need to know.
Exactly. It's the basics.
Yeah.
So the tricky bits. So I know you might not be able to see the pins very well here, but they're all anchored back in. So then now the next bit, I'm going to do one little tuck at a time. So I'm going to turn it over. You can just mark these with a friction pen or tailor tack, whatever's easier, but all I'm going to do is just pull out the pin and just remark that.
So you're basically using pins to transfer the markings to both sides of the fabric.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of it. It's a quicker method, mainly because, you know, obviously I'm a dressmaker. I do bespoke bridal wear. So for me, it's a quick method because sometimes it's just you do whatever's quicker.
Well, you must have nerves of steel doing bridal wear.
Yeah. I've done a lot in my time. I stopped just before my little one was born. So he was born just before the pandemic. And so I haven't done bespoke again since then because it's so time consuming and you know, you need to have your
children, I believe.
Yes, very time consuming. So I'm just going to whiz and do these little bits so you can see.
Funny enough, you remind me, when I did the first season of Sewing Bee, Lauren, her mum had always done bridal wear. That's what she did.
Oh,
she did
so she must have learned from,
Yeah. Oh, since she was tiny.
Oh,
yeah.
fab.
A little message. Hi, Helen. You started me off on my sewing journey. This is Michelle from Swansea. And I'm loving it. Learned so much from you and Sewing Street demos.
I know which Michelle that is. Is that Michelle who is coming to do dressmaking with me?
Is
I think
it?
so, Michelle, let me know. Because I know she was watching since she came along and I told her about Sewing Street, so she's been avidly watching since. So she's signed up to do the dressmaking course.
Oh, fantastic.
Which is quite exciting.
Is that like a full kind of dressmaking 101, everything?
Everything. You can come along, work your way through the book, make your perfect sample, make your perfect fitted dress. So very exciting.
You may have heard Helen mentioning the book. We're going to talk about that in your second hour, aren't we?
Okay, so we've got 6 pins along here, and what we need to do now, we need to match up where those pins have gone in, and they coincide with the small notches at the bottom. So again, cheat method, I'm going to pull that one out and I'm just going to poke it through where that other one went. So that means that those 2 points are exactly matched up.
Oh, how clever.
So that's my little method. I'll do that on each one so you can see. So I'll take this one so it's still through, and then I'll pierce it through, I need glasses, only just see, through there. Okay, so again, I pull the pin all the way through so it gets those 2 points exactly matched up, and then just anchor it in place. And same on this last one. So I'll put that through there, remove that one. But you can do this whichever way is easier, so don't feel you have to do that, especially if it doesn't make any sense to you. Mark with your tailor tack, mark with your friction pen, whatever's easier. So once you've got those, you'll see then you also just need to match up the coinciding notches at the bottom. Place those there, and this is where, there we go, so we match that one up. And then the last one here is there. So it might be worth the viscose just to give that a little iron on each one, but what you're then going to do is you're going to sew from the notch at the bottom there up to where that pin went in. So that pin has been a crucial mark the whole way through. So I've got a friction pen. Do you have a ruler?
I do have, I can absolutely get you a ruler.
Thank you.
Yes, Michelle says yes, it's
there
me.
we go. Hi, Michelle.
Will that one do?
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank
Awesome.
you. So then, we'll just check where that notch is there. And then we're just going to go up to...
okay, I see. So draw yourself a little line to sew on.
Yes, give yourself a guide and you stop then where that pin is. So we'll do that on each one. And these are the kind of faffy bits that when you start out, just make sure you do them well, get them done out the way, and then the rest of the garment is actually quite quick to go together.
I was thinking that it's these little, they're very elegant details, and yes, they do take a little bit longer to do, but they're the sort of special detail. The rest of it's very quick, easy sewing.
It is. It's a really nice pattern, actually. I think because you haven't got any fastenings, like set-in sleeves, you haven't got buttons or anything, and you haven't even got put in that little ribbon in or anything in the inside, because you've got that little feature on the end, which is lovely. So I'll make sure I talk through that before we finish, because just to show you in the booklet what that means. Okay, so I'm going to sew up these quickly.
Cool.
I know it's all fly by this morning. I'll get that in there. So just do your little back tack at the bottom. So your back stitch there, keep your pin in, and then you sew up to where that pin was there. So we'll just do a little back stitch there. You can either tie your ends off, or you can just knot them, or if your machine cuts it for you, brilliant.
You don't sew over your pins?
No, I know. I do
Are
say
you a
that.
not sew over your pins girl?
I used to because I've sewn lots over the years, and a couple of times some pins have hit me. I would get that one out, but it's just, I can't get to that one for a sec. But no, I did have a bit that flicked me in the white of my eye when I took my broken needle. It didn't hurt, but it just made me think, I need to not wear them. So when I am doing bridal, I put safety goggles on, because if you sew in where there's any beads, so I look crazy. I'm sitting in my little studio, safety goggles on.
Now I need pictures.
I know. The glamorous side of being a designer, as they say.
I hope you have a sign on the door that says knock before entering.
Oh gosh, I know, there's some things. It's not glamorous at all. There we go. So you've got now your 3, you'll see from this side. They almost look like pin tucks there, really.
They do.
I think it tells you in here, it will, because they are brilliant. You can see on the back, it will tell you which way to press the back ones. And then the front ones, again, it will tell you which way to press those in place. It doesn't really matter. They look beautiful, but it changes where that fullness is there.
Yes. Can I just flip it over a second? Because, there's a lot of run up to this point, but then when you see the effect, I just think that looks so pretty and such a lovely, smart detail.
It's nicer than a dart, isn't it?
I just think
it's
is.
much more interesting than a dart.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit, I don't know, it's a bit more vintage looking.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, love it.
So that's what that looks like. So I won't do the other side for a minute, because there's, again, I don't think we've got a huge amount of time.
No, we've literally got a couple of minutes.
So shall I talk through the other pieces on here?
Yes,
it's
please.
Quite easy to visually see how it goes together. So hopefully that's in the right place there.
Thank you. Just perfect.
Brilliant. So when you've done your pleats on your front and your back, you can do this all in one go, really. You've got your centre back seam that you would have sewn. You then sew your shoulder seams, and if you've got a sleeve, that will just extend a bit longer down. You also then sew your underarm seams and overlock in as well. So they recommend, I'm an overlocker fan, I overlock everything. So if you don't have an overlocker, just a zigzag will do the job. But once you sew your seam, overlock and neaten it, move on to the next one. But they do tell you, even on here, they tell you to overlock or finish your seams quite close to the stitching under the arm, because you are working with a curve. So they are really, really thorough.
It is very thorough. I noticed,
brilliant.
I was looking at the pattern earlier on, and it was talking about how to balance the hem. I've never seen that in a pattern before, ever.
I'll mention that quick as well.
Yeah.
You've got your facings, so you sew them together at the shoulders, stitch them on. What they actually get you to do is stitch it towards the neckline. So again, really detailed. Personally, my tip for sewing interfacing, facings onto your garment, is to sew on the side that is interfaced.
Yes.
Because that is thicker, that's more body to it. So always sew on that side. I actually did it in one go there, in one direction, because I kept on the side that had the interface in. So again, you can do different things.
But it is a massively detailed pattern.
It's fabulous.
And I want you to see that at home as a very, very positive thing.
Absolutely.
Because this pattern takes you through a number of skills which you may never have used before, but take it from me, every single one of them is explained in beautiful
really,
detail.
Really well. So once you've got your top, you've created your shoulders, your side, your back seam, you've got your top piece. You just need to finish it off. I rolled hemmed it actually, rather than worrying about having to finish it in that respect.
Yeah.
Your
but you could hem it.
You could just hem it.
You could hem it.
You could. And mainly...
Could you do a lettuce edge?
could do anything you want really with them.
Quite.
Yeah, because they're a little bit floaty with it. Your skirt, I won't show you how to pin that, so we haven't got time, but it's quite a long piece, so you do need to do the pin at both ends, pin your notches, then everything in between. Okay, so you actually finish the edges on the front first. So that is a bit fiddly because it is a little bit on the stretch. So you just need to iron and pin well. Finish the edges, sew the back seam, sew the side seams. And then just the last thing I want to show you is just the waistband.
Yep.
Because your waistband is a little bit, it tells you on one of the seams you put together, it tells you to sew with a basting stitch. So on both pieces, you just need to work out you're doing the right pieces. So follow the picture as it is.
Right.
And those basting stitches are what are cut and released to make your hole at the end. So my last tip would be cut where it says in there, trim all your seam allowance once you sew that waistband together. Then do that because it's very bulky otherwise if you haven't trimmed it. But just enjoy it, it's brilliant.
Trust the process.
It's a lovely pattern.
It is a beautiful pattern. It's been very, very popular. It did launch a little while ago. Actually, Helen, we've sold many, many more today with your demo.
Fingers
I think
crossed.
what you've done is you've demystified this for us, and working with viscose too. So thank you so much for that. Absolutely brilliant. What a fabulous guest, Helen. Brilliant. I'm looking forward to our second hour together already. Now, all of our fabrics are sold out, but we do still have a few of the Elodie wrap dress pattern available. So I'm just going to recap that. It's $19.99. It is in sizes 0 to 20. Now, those are American. So this actually UK is a 2 to a 22. Use your measurements. Just a quick question. Anne says, how much fabric for the larger size? I'm going to assume it's the largest size, largest length is going to be 5 meters. Here are the sizes on the screen. It also tells you fabric requirements, Anne. But if you're going for the largest size, the UK 22, you need 5 meters at 58 inches wide, or 6 meters if you're using 45-inch wide fabric. Steph's got in touch to say, morning Stuart and Helen, not a dressmaker per se, but love learning new skills that you can use in your quilting, your general sewing. Loving your dress, Helen, and your shirt, Stuart. Thank you. It's true though, lots of transferable skills. Now, we don't normally do price comparisons with patterns, but it's important on this one because there's quite a variation. Our price, $19.99, keep that in mind. Here, on, is this Minerva, £22.99? No, sorry. Yeah, elsewhere. £22. £22. We've had a few though, haven't we, this morning? Didn't we have, there was a £23.99? Yes. £19.99 here at Sewing Street. So that's what we like, £19.99, thank you. 2 different sleeve options, 3 different lengths, a short, a midi and a maxi length. Gorgeous wrap, pockets, no pockets. I don't know about you, Helen, I do love a pocket.
Oh, I love a pocket.
I love a pocket. Never look in children's pockets.
Oh, I've usually got cars in my
You don't want to
nowadays.
know. You don't want to know what's in a child's pocket.
Or a mum's pocket.
It's always something nasty. All right, we're going to leave it there and go to a break. Right, all right, so this will be a short break. I will see you very soon. It is the lunch bag, the Lola lunch bag. Don't go anywhere.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Lunch date? Yes, please. Best dressed lunch bag. Best dressed lunch. Love it. Kerrie from Living in Loveliness is back. Hey, Kerrie.
Hey, Stuart, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Again. We've done this already today.
How you doing, Bab?
I'm all right, Bab.
Loving the lunch bag. We've got 2 projects from Kerrie in this hour. This is one of them. This is the lunch bag. Absolutely gorgeous. 2 different fabric options on this one. This is the strawberry. Let me just show you the project quickly. So it's a gorgeous little lunch bag. Your sort of typical kind of Tupperware plastic box would fit inside there, or several different ones. You've got a lovely webbing handle in there. Zip top. It's lined here using a thermal insulating batting with a sort of metallic finish. There are various options for this actually, but this would be great for keeping hot things hot, cold things cold. You've also on the front of this is super clever, look at this, open this up and out pops a little pouch with knife, fork and spoon. Just fab. Insulating wadding is on screen. This would be enough for one bag. This would be enough for one bag. Let me show you the options first of all in the lunch bag. So this is the Lola lunch bag. We'll start with the strawberry version. Now, I love these because you get a pre-printed panel with everything on it, correct sizes, correct shapes. You just got to cut it out, fuse it, sew it, you're done. But then you've also got full instructions, full pattern, full dimensions to create as many of them as you like. So this is where you learn how to make the bag without having to worry about cutting out and, you know, getting all your sizes and shapes right. You've done that, and then all your templates included in your instructions, plus of course full written and photographic instructions for how to make the bag. Quick, easy, so functional. It's what Kerrie from Living in Loveliness does best. Super cute as well. Great value for money. Great value for money, $18.99. Lots of you coming in for that. This is the kind of thing, you know, you'll end up making these for everybody. For everybody, every occasion. Picnic. Now, I love a picnic basket, but increasingly I am packing up lunches in bags into my basket, because it's when you get there, it's that you can just go, Kerrie, there's yours. Craig, there's yours. Stuart, there's yours. That's a weird family, isn't it?
Very organised.
But do you know what I mean, though? Otherwise, when you get there, you've got to start getting the plate. It's a free-for-all, and you're creating a buffet. Whereas with your lunch bags, but also work, college. Charlie and I love going out for walks, but we cannot go out for a walk without drinking snack. So again, a little bag. What about a festival of quilts?
Oh, yes.
Workshops, classes.
Actually, when we were in Malvern at the weekend, there was lots of people coming to show me their lunch tucked up in the little bags, and that was really nice.
That.
So why was I not that organised and brought mine this morning?
Awful. Well, you can only organise so many people, and you're not on the list right now. Now, so that's the first colourway, the beautiful, luscious, juicy strawberries. But if you fell in love earlier on with the hummingbirds, which I certainly did, there is a lunch bag version. Kerrie, are you going to demo with this?
Yes, this is the one I'm demoing
Fabulous,
with.
I love that.
And this is going to be mine for festival.
Oh, for sure.
I will be organised for then.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. Look how vibrant this is. So you've got front and back of your bag. Yeah, you've also got, where's the front flap, sorry. There's front flap? No, there isn't a front flap, is there? Of course, you've got your little...
There is, but it's a little one like that.
That's it there it is. Oh, it's gorgeous. That lovely combination of golden sunshine yellow and vibrant pink with a glittering of hummingbirds.
You knew that would make me happy.
You could mix and match, couldn't you? Strawberries for you, hummingbirds for me. Love it. everything included there, including, of course, your pattern. Now, over half the stock is spoken for already. We are 6 minutes into the show. This is going to sell out, so please, please, check out your I was going to say your lunch bags.
It sounds very romantic when you say spoken for. Very
you know,
romantic.
at
You're a
heart,
romantic,
Kerrie, I
aren't
am
you?
a very romantic person. Just ask Charlie. It's true. It's true. So those are our two options. Now we've also got a second project from Kerrie, which is the reusable
cleansing.
The reusable cleansing wipe clutch. Don't try saying that
I'll do this
after
to
you've had a
test you,
dry
don't I?
sherry. Absolutely. This is gorgeous though. So what you've got here, this is so useful. Again, opens out. You've got 2 zippered vinyl pockets here, okay, in a fold together magnetic little bag. Now the idea of this is you also get the pattern inside and tutorial to make microfiber facial cleansing pads.
That's right.
So you could have clean in one side, dirty in the other, or you could have maybe like your little bottle of cleanser and your wipes, or your cosmetics, or your English paper piecing.
Well, I made it specifically for cleansing wipes, and a little project for Honey really I was inspired by. But I know that a couple of the girls that come to class, they've put their notions in there as well. I mean, it's always a great way to keep your bits, and they're nice and easy.
Little personal items, pop that inside your bag. It's just lovely. Good for a beginner?
Perfect project for a beginner. And you've got the
perfect.
full tutorial with this particular project as well.
It's really cute.
Including, so although the little cleansing pads aren't in there, there's enough fabric in the kit to make 4.
Yep.
And you've also got the tutorial for how to make those as well. I mean, they're really
There's
easy.
video
It's all
tutorials,
in
aren't
there,
there?
yeah.
It's so cool, love it. And nice little eco project as well.
Yes.
Yeah, getting people away from using the kind of throwaway
and you know,
makeup
once
wipes.
you've got your microfiber, you know, the little squares are 4 inches. It's a great way to use up your scraps, isn't it?
Super giftable.
Very giftable.
Yeah, I think you could put like a little shoulder strap on this, couldn't you? So that you could have it almost like a little bag over your shoulder with just a few bits and bobs in.
Yeah, that would be a lovely idea, actually.
Love it.
This is why I love doing shows, because you give me more ideas and you give me more work.
Always, of course I do. Now, there are 2 different options fabric-wise. So let's do this one first of all. So this is the floral. This is the floral. So you get your pattern for the reusable cleansing wipe clutch. You also get your 2 different fabrics, 2 different floral fabrics. You get some quilt batting. You get some clear vinyl as well. All included. Now, look, there's more. You get your zips. Do you get your magnetic fastening as well?
Yes, it's in there as well.
It's all in there too. So you get absolutely everything.
It's a full kit, this one is.
Just add thread.
That's it.
Just add thread.
And
Full
time.
kit. And time. Oh, well, we've plenty of that, Kerrie. Of course
Thread
we
and time.
have. Fab. So that's option 1. Love it. And then option 2. Oh, Jenny Jackson, if you're watching. Very Jenny Jackson. Very nice. Love that.
Love a bit of leopard print. It's fabulous, isn't it, that?
Yes. Yes. Can't resist it. It's fab. It's smart. It's a bit cheeky. It's very much like you. You've got your batting. You've got your zips. You've got your outer and lining fabric. You've got your vinyl. You've got your magnetic fastening as well. Excuse me. Including your pattern, of course. Everything to make one reusable cleansing wipe clutch. Remember, you also get the QR code and the link to watch a video to make the cleansing pads.
That's right.
And you use microfiber.
Just a microfiber cloth.
Like a cloth you buy from the supermarket.
Yeah.
And you cut
Pick
it
up
up.
one of those, trim it down. sew
that's
it together,
clever.
and you've got yourself some little cleansing wipes.
Because I've seen ones with toweling, but you can't always find toweling.
No, and you know,
Those
the
should be cuttable
microfiber cloths
flannel.
just feel nicer, you know, when you're taking your makeup off. They just feel
Agreed.
nicer on your skin as
Oh,
well.
I need a bit of
Nice and
sandpaper
gentle.
to get mine off, Kerrie. Industrial sander.
A little bit of sandpaper.
Now, in pure Beyonce style, we have a question. Hi, Stuart and Kerrie. I can't read that fast. Come on. Takes me 2 minutes to focus. There we go. Hi, Stuart and Kerrie. Love your makes. Can I get the lunch bag pattern on its own? Yes, you can. You absolutely can. We'll put the instructions on screen. It's $9.99. You'll get this directly from Kerrie, but order it through us and it'll come straight from Kerrie. Same postage though. You only pay $3.95 for postage all day. Oh, Margaret's asked, is it Jenny Jackson's birthday today? I don't know. We'll find out. If it is, we'll wish her a big happy birthday. I'm seeing her on Sunday. Anyway, those are our options.
Birthday celebration Sunday.
Let's go to demo.
Let's go to demo. Now, I just need a little bit of batting. I know I've left that just on the table outside, so I'll need that.
Okay.
In
Do you want me to
little
run and
while.
get it for you?
Would you mind? Just a little piece, please.
I've got,
You've got a little
No.
piece.
yeah, we'll get it for
We'll
you.
get it. Lovely. So what I've done here, so I'm using Bosal polytherm on the inside of these, just something nice you can wipe down. But I have been asked before if you can use Thermolan. Is it Thermolan? If that's what you're going to use, then it's slightly different to make. The instructions won't be in the pattern booklet, but I'll show you now how to do that. So you'll take your panel from your, take your piece of fabric, whether you're cutting them from the templates or the panel, and this goes on the outside. Then your heat resistant fabric on the inside. If you're using the polytherm like I've used, you don't need to add anything else. But the Thermolan...
This is your lining, isn't it?
This is your lining. But if you're using the Thermolan, then you can just put another lining on the inside.
Yeah, you'd need
them.
some kind of like a solid
That's right, yeah.
Because this shiny side, this actually reflects the heat back or away to keep food hot or cold. The Thermolan works by kind of insulating, a bit like a quilt insulates your body. That's what Thermolan does, whereas this actually reflects the heat.
That's right, yeah. So all I'm doing first of all is just sewing around about 1/8 of an inch from the edge just to secure these panels together. Just makes it a little easier when we come to put the gusset in a little while.
Got you. So you're just kind of basting around the edge as
That's
close to...
As close to the edge of that as I possibly can.
Understood.
I just love the hummingbirds. The glittering
Beautiful,
hummingbirds.
beautiful. And I feel as well, if you were into kind of embellishing beading, you
Would
could...
look spectacular, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? I always think about it, I just never actually get around to doing it. But yeah, that would
No,
look spectacular.
I mention these things. It's not my personal style, but I still look and think, oh yeah,
Well, yeah,
beading.
little tiny little beads, or
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lunch bag; it has to be practical.
Bit of free motion quilting or embroidery
would look great. Now, if you are going to quilt your panel, then the recommendation, if you're using the Bosal like I'm using, is not to quilt using that because it reduces the efficiency of it.
Yeah.
So quilt on your batting and add an additional layer.
Yes. I suppose that would make it even more insulated, wouldn't it? If you used a very thin quilt batting
It only
first.
stands to benefit it.
Yeah, it does. It does, and you'd have a slightly more structured bag too.
Definitely.
Don't forget, you can make and sell Kerrie's makes as well. If you want to make up these lunch bags and then sell them for profit or pleasure, you can.
So I'll just do the same. Well, yeah, it's just nice to see your patterns being used. I'm sure
Oh,
you
I
feel
always
the
say if
same.
you can make money out of them, do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, that's why I went into it in the first place. I started quilting, thought, gosh, this is costing me an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
So started a little business to pay for my hobby.
Mine was my stash got so big, I needed to move it along a little bit.
What is it that stash exceeds life expectancy?
Yeah, I heard that a lot at the weekend actually. But it makes us very happy, doesn't it? So
oh, Lynn's got in touch, who's in Angus. Morning, Stuart and Kerrie. Love the lunch bag. Made one for the office. Ended up making another 5 for my work colleagues. Thank you, Kerrie. Yeah.
So you ended up taking orders in the end.
Well, this is the thing, though, and it doesn't matter who you are. You'll love a lunch bag.
Yeah.
All you've got to do is coordinate
one.
the fabric.
That's right.
To the person, haven't you?
And put strawberries in the strawberry option one, so it coordinates what's on the inside.
Oh, for sure.
You know, we have to do that too.
What would go inside that? I mean, don't go there.
I need to think about this. You caught me off guard.
Chicken and salad sandwich.
Chicken and salad's fine. So this part is going to be your cutlery pocket. So I'll just cut a little bit of batting to pop onto the inside of this, so it's the right size. Yeah,
Are you using 80-20 for that?
Always 80-20.
So a scrap of quilt batting, easy.
A scrap from my pile when you've tied it up, Stuart, you can use. I haven't forgotten. So this is the exterior. Now, the nice thing with this one, they are the same size, of course, so you can decide which of these that you prefer. I mean, we have put your recommendations on here, but you can decide which one you prefer. I wanted the pink, you know, so it's standing proud on there. So once we've got that, then we've got the little pocket. So again, like all of our panels, they've got a name for each piece. So you've got your little pocket, your little cutlery pocket. And this is the bit that I, you know, really like doing actually, just having this little bit on there. So you've also got your pocket binding. So I am going to trim that off. Now what I've done for the binding is this is slightly longer than the pocket. And the reason for that, what did we do with the iron?
Oh, I can get that, don't worry.
Is I think we might be all right actually, Stuart. I'll finger press this one. You're not going to let me, are you? You want to play? So all we're doing is just folding this little bit in. So this is hiding your raw edge, and then this across.
Just on one side.
Just on one side, please. So it's in line with the pocket.
Yeah, no worries.
So again, this is another lovely project that comes together nice and easily, and I quite like putting a little bit of binding on pretty much every project I do, to be completely honest with you.
It just adds a lovely finish and then doubled, yeah?
That's right, yeah. So if you wouldn't mind in a moment grabbing the sample for me, and I can show you just how this rests on the inside. So you've got your exterior panel here. So this is the section that we're making just inside here. We're just making that little pocket. So we're going to rest this on top now and just sew across that raw edge.
Yes, I think a binding along the top of a pocket just adds such a lovely finish, doesn't it?
Binding on. Yeah, I love a binding. So if you can just press that up and over to the back for me, darling.
Yes. I love how now you just watch me iron. You used to do something else while I was ironing, but now you just...
It's a really easy project.
So it's not really a two-person job then.
But if you're offering, I'm going to take the help.
Amy, come on.
So we're just simply going to sew along here to secure this into place. It's quite nice to stand back and watch somebody else, actually.
Oh, isn't it? Especially when it's ironing. Yes, we'll take that. Yeah, I'm just thinking about all of the sort of novelty fabrics you can get. Harry Potter, you know, barbecue themed, football.
Barbecue themed.
You know what I mean?
Great.
All the different, you can get so many, and this is a fun project.
It's a lovely project. Not only that, it's, you know, if you're making it for children as well, you can have like their little animals on there, can't you? Yeah. So what we're going to do now, I'm not going to measure this out, but you can do at your leisure, is we're just going to start with a reverse stitch and sew along to the bottom of the pocket, and then I'll do this on here. The measurements are in the pattern booklet for you anyway.
So we're just dividing it up
just
now
dividing that for your 3
knife, fork and spoon, or...
That's right, yeah.
I suppose if you wanted to, you could do, you know, maybe you've got a spork, and then you could do a napkin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just have 2 pockets.
Yeah.
You could adapt it, couldn't you?
Why not?
Now, I've got to ask, while you're sewing, what's in your lunchbox?
Today?
Well, what would you have? What would your perfect packed
My
lunch
mum's
be?
sandwiches.
Really?
When we did Malvern last week.
Generous fillings.
Oh, they're just the best. You know, it's really layered thick. They're naughty actually, because she puts all the naughty things that I would actively say to. Well, lots of mayonnaise, really naughty butter. You know, things that I would say, do I really need that? No, I don't. But if I don't know what's in it, but they're just
creamy coleslaw.
She makes her own coleslaw, and that's amazing. So yeah, whatever my mum's making, that's what's going in my lunchbox.
That's your favourite lunchbox. That's gorgeous.
That's right. So the next thing that we're going to do is to just put this panel together. So if you wouldn't mind passing me the pattern, because I just want to show you the templates on the inside as well and how they're going to help with your project.
Yes. Because you've got all of your pattern pieces on the panel, but your instructions are all printed. That's right. So and don't forget, you get templates, you get dimensions, so that you can make this as many times as you like. It's not dependent on using the panel. And if you want to get the bag pattern on its own, you can. We'll give you those details in just a sec.
So here, what we've got in your pattern template is your markings for your magnetic clasp. And this was something that was, you know, really important to us that we had. So if I just take the panel, I'll just use this. I'm not going to cut it out. But if I place this on top, now if you've got a pattern direction like I've got here with the hummingbirds, what we're going to do, if I just fold this to the right side so I know I'm getting the raw edge in place. So if you rest this on top, instead of having to guess where it is, you're then simply going to take a pen. Oh, have we got a pen close by actually? That would help.
Yes, actually, I can get you a friction pen.
Lovely, thank you.
Getting in the steps today,
That's
Kerrie.
it, making you work. So if you then just push through and just mark up that little mark just on the centre there. Then if you take a pin, so I'm just going to place this through, and if I take one of the magnetic clasps, place that dot just on top here and mark up again. So this is what I'm going to cut through. Now because there's no batting onto the back of here, I'm just going to take a square of batting just to give that a little bit more stability. I'll spray a little 505.
Now you do get a magnetic snap included in your kit if you're going for that, but if you want more magnetic snaps, you can get 2 of them in a pack for $1.99. Really good price, that. So
for this one, because this one's the panel, this doesn't come with a magnetic clasp, it's the other one.
Sorry, yes. So you do need to get these. Add these in. Phew. Glad we got them then.
They're definitely.
So you just make a little cut.
So just cutting through there, and that pin's there just to stop you from sliding too far.
Great.
So we're then going to put the female clasp through. And then this on the back. Push that in. So that's our exterior. And then the second part here is then for your flap.
Got you.
So the flap, there's my flap piece.
There it is.
And again, it's up to you, you know, have a think about the way your pocket's going to fold. Yes, we've put this in a particular way, but you can swap these over. Yeah. See, it says interior on there, but I think you're absolutely right. Initially, I'd gone for that look, but I think you're right. So it is the magnetic clasp on the interior part. So if you're swapping over like we're doing, just make sure you've got the correct one. So placing this just underneath, making sure that's lined up. And we'll do exactly the same. Just push through, and we'll just follow that step. Marking this up, sliding your pin through, and again the same, putting that extra little bit of batting on the back.
So you just hold that on the back with a bit of 505 spray?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you haven't got 505, you can just hold it with your hand as you do it, yeah. But I've always got 505. I wouldn't be without it.
Me too.
Even for the simplest of little tricks like this, it's really helpful. So now we'll put this one in. So that's our flap done.
Lovely to see how to install a magnet as well, because so often projects include them. And they don't come with instructions generally.
Well, the steps are in there as well.
Oh,
so
are they?
Yeah,
oh,
so
that's cool.
in your pattern booklet, we've popped the steps in there to make that
easier.
easier.
Everything.
Well, as you say, you know, sometimes it's just assumed that you can, that you're confident with doing that, and if you're not, then it's holding you up, isn't it, while you go and research how to do it or get it wrong. The same when we put the markings on the panel as well. You know, we wanted that just to make anything to make it easy.
Where to place the magnet, absolutely.
I'm all for an easy life, so I try and think of how to make it easier. So what I've got here is just a piece of batting, and then your exterior fabric, interior fabric on top, and just like the template says, I'm just going to leave my turning gap at the top here. So just where your stitch line is on your flap there on your template, we'll just follow those steps. And really all I'm doing by doing that is just making sure that the turning gap is reduced and you've got a nice finish to the top of that project.
Oh, we're getting serious now.
I was thinking that's not going very fast.
Yeah, this bag's not going to make itself, Kerrie. Come on.
Well, I was thinking that's quite slow for me. It's not making as much noise as it normally does. So just on your curves, anywhere you've got a curve on your pattern, just give those a few little snips as we reverse this.
Yeah.
And then we'll have our lovely glamorous assistant give that a real good press for me.
No problem.
While I prep the zip. Yes, please.
I'm just going to, can I just trim those,
Tidy me up a little
curve
bit.
down a little bit as well?
Yes, please. Now, for your zipper, so because we're using the polytherm on the interior part of the bag as well, we're then just going to, I'm not going to sew this just because of time today, but I would definitely recommend sewing and securing this into place. So it's slightly different in the way we put this together. So again, we'll take that sew line glue pen, quilter's tape, whichever you prefer working with. Run a little line of glue along the top part of your zipper. Place this on top of the fabric.
Yeah. While you do that, I just want to mention about the insulating batting. This is, we're going to look at the insulating wadding. So this is the stuff that's got that metallic-y, silvery finish. It's inside the sample, isn't it? Let me just grab that. Sorry, Kerrie.
That's okay.
This is the stuff where you don't need a separate lining. You just have this silvery, shiny lining. Really useful stuff. Why do I want that inside? What does it do?
Well, you can keep your fabric hot or cold, but also it's easier, I find it easier to wipe that as well rather than having a fabric. You know, for your lunchbox, it's whatever makes it easy. When you know, if you lead a busy life, you might not have time to put this in the washing machine between each use.
Yeah.
And therefore, I just find it easier to wipe it down there
Okay,
after.
cool. And easy to sew? Do I need to use a special needle or anything like that? Just no, just as normal.
No, as normal. I mean, you can see here I've not changed the sewing machine needle at all on here.
Don't put this in the microwave, obviously.
No.
Metal and all that. Do you want me to fold the edges in and press?
Yes, please. So all I've done here is just sandwich the zip in between the lining fabric and also the insulation. And as you can see, what you can see on here is the white side. So when I turn this the right way out in a minute, it'll be the insulation side, which is facing in towards the lunchbox, and that's really important.
Got you. What size zip have you used there,
I've used a
Kerrie?
16-inch zip.
16-inch zip, okay. We'll pop the graphics up for the zips, by the way. Pastels first. You get 5 pastel zips. There they are, I think. There we go. So 5 16-inch pastel zips are $3.99. Bonkers. 79p a zip. That's amazing. Shooketh. A third of the stock's gone on pre-order. Great for your stash. Really good for bags. Yeah. And then we've also got Brights. 16-inch zip. Set of 5. Colours will vary, or
Colours
they
will vary in all of the zips.
But they'll all be bright.
White will all be white.
$3.99.
But the pastels and the brights, they'll always
They're very, very popular on pre-order. And then we've also got the white. 5 16-inch zips in white. We'll get those details up on screen next. If you have a look on the web, you will find an assortment of different zips, different colours, different lengths.
Can you give this a little press for me?
I certainly can.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And while you give that a little press, all I'm going to do now is the interior part of the cutlery pocket and pop the exterior part. Now, if you're using this panel, again, just double check that you've got your hummingbirds the right way.
Right, yes.
That's really important.
Yes. About 5 minutes left on this demo.
Okay.
And then we'll move on.
Let's speed the machine up.
Well, you've got all the full instructions, haven't you, with your panel, and you've got instructions that you can use again and again, so it's always good to see something demoed, but you do get full instructions. Are there any supporting videos for this
Not for
project?
this particular
Okay.
pattern.
No worries.
This is one of our earlier patterns.
Yep.
So everything we released in 2022 has a video, but this one was released a little bit more.
Gotcha.
So I'll pop the other side of the zip if you can just give that a little press for me.
Turn it out and press?
Yes, please.
Yeah, no worries.
So for the opposite side of your zipper, what we're going to do is the same. So glue on the top of your zip, just open that zip. Now you will need to top stitch, I haven't, just because of time today. So top stitch both sides of your zip for this. Just so I can show you this again. So turning this over, placing it onto your exterior fabric. Glue along the back of that zipper there. And then you put in the silver side along the top of the zipper. So I won't sew that just for now.
So the silver side is like the right side of the...
The right side, yeah. Oh, I might have to. That'll just take me a second.
How much press this as well, yeah?
Yes, please.
See, I feel like I'm back in the zone now.
You feel like you've been
Back where I
promoted.
belong. Working for you.
You've been promoted.
Oh, is that a promotion?
That's a promotion.
Gotcha.
Are you very happy with that
No,
now?
really, yeah.
I'll happily promote you to do all my pressing.
Oh, brilliant.
Happily.
Well, how could I refuse the job then,
I'm
eh?
not very good at delegating, but I'll always delegate that bit. In fact, I quite enjoy ironing.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
I iron every morning while the kiddies are having breakfast and getting ready for school, and that's my little bit of thing, and keep up with everything.
Yeah.
So, as I'm not going to get to show you it all, what I just want to do here is just show you how this works. So what you'll do with your panel is you'll place the pocket, I've sewn it upside down now, you'll have to forgive me. So whatever I did, you need to do the opposite. The template has the pattern direction on there. So you're sewing this along the raw edge at the bottom. Then once you've sewn that in place, your pocket actually tucks down like this. Once this is tucked underneath, the easiest thing to do at this point is to just, then the measurements are in the pattern booklet, but if you pop the magnetic clasp on top, and then you're simply just reverse stitching and sewing along here. Look, you can still see your little hummingbirds just along the bottom there. And then once you open this the this will then allow you to drop down the the flap for your cutlery and fold this back up when you're not using it.
Understood, understood. Fabulous. I'm going to head on over to the other side just to recap. And I'm going to recap the lunch bag pattern. Let me just grab, I'm just going to grab that back. Yep. So we're going to start just by recapping the hummingbird. This is the Lola lunch bag in hummingbird. You get your pattern, which means that you can make this bag as many times as you like, but you also get your hummingbird panel, which means the first lunch bag is all measured out. All you've got to do is cut it out and you can get straight to the sewing. Beautifully designed. Love how the hummingbirds and the flowers, hibiscus I think if I'm right, centered, so you really get the most out of every pattern. Gorgeous little extra florals along the bottom, everything's included there. You could even use these little elements over here to make a little fob or something to go on the side. Half the stock's gone, another quarter is in baskets, so grab your Lola lunch bag in hummingbird while you can. So now we're going to move to the strawberry version. This is the one we have the finished sample of. So you get your pattern, lovely combination of kind of clotted cream in the background, I think it's fair to say. Fresh, juicy strawberries, and then that lovely sort of French navy background. It's fab, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Angie says, yes, happy birthday, Jenny Jackson. Oh, happy birthday, Jenny. Lots of love. Mwah. There'll be cake on Sunday, I'm sure. Christine says, morning, gorgeous Kerrie and Stuart Hillard. And happy birthday, beautiful Jenny Jackson. It's mine and hubby Gary's 31st anniversary today. Can you please say happy anniversary, gorgeous Gary? Love him so much.
Oh.
Gorgeous Gary. If you're watching, this is
little romantic
this is from me to you. It's from Christy to you. Happy anniversary to you both. Mwah. Lots of love, lots of love. That's gorgeous. 36 years, eh? Wow. Amazing. Right, this is the strawberry version of the lunch bag. Absolutely fab. So you've got your flap here, which opens out. You put your knife, fork and spoon, your spork, your chopsticks, whatever you like to use to have your lunch with. Folds up, little magnet. Lots of you coming in for this. Remember, there's lots of ways to shop with us here at Sewing Street. You can ring our call centre, UK-based call centre. You can use, there's an app, isn't there? You can use the app. You can shop on the website. Insulated interior. Plenty of room in there. Even for me, Kerrie. Even for me.
What would be in yours?
In my perfect lunch. Oh, do you know what? Something like a Thai peanut dressing cold noodle salad with crunchy vegetables would be amazing. I need someone else to make it for me.
I was going to say, your lunches are very complicated. Can I just get my mum to make you a sandwich?
More likely to be, you know, a sausage roll bought from a garage, you know, and a bar of chocolate. Those are the two options. You can also get the pattern on its own if you want. Now, don't forget, we also sell the insulating batting that goes inside. So simple, insulating batting. It's £3.49 for half a metre. Now my top tip actually today would be to grab yourself a couple of metres of that. And I'll tell you for why. It is not the kind of thing that we see every day on Sewing Street. It is not the kind of thing you often see at shows or you know, available to buy. It's a really good price. If you're thinking I'm going to make these for everybody, then you will need a few metres. And look, there we go. That's how the interior looks. It's a good width as well, apparently, which I like. Don't forget, you don't need a panel for this. You've got the full instructions, so you can make lots of these. You can make them and sell them as well. Fab. Okay. Now then, we've also 2 other bundles for a different project. This is the reusable cleansing wipe clutch. Let's do leopard first of all. So this is a kit. Now in here you get all of your fabrics. So this is to make the bag. This is the reusable cleansing wipe clutch bag. So you've got your outer and your lining fabric. You also get your quilt batting. There isn't one in here, I'm just going to point out. I don't know if that's an error, but there isn't a magnetic clasp in here.
I've used it in the kit over
You've used it, yeah. You've used it. That explains it. Kerrie's nicked it. You get some batting, if it's not tied down or nailed down. You get some batting, you get some vinyl, you get 2 zips. Is there a video for this one?
This one, there is a full pre-recorded tutorial.
Awesome. You also get instructions on the video for how to make the matching cleansing wipes using microfiber cloth that you can buy at the supermarket. So it's really good value kit, this, at $19.99. You get all of that, plus your magnetic snap, plus your instructions, $19.99. Now, if you're not into animal print, you might like to go for the floral. That is this version right here that I've got. I'll show you. I'd like to show you the kit.
I've got it here.
You've got it there, okay. Well, that'll be why I haven't got it. But it's this fabric here. So you get the aqua back and you get the pink background. Plus your zips, plus your vinyl. You get your magnetic fastening as well. You get your full instructions. You get everything. All right. Fab. You also get your pattern, of course. Really popular, that version. If you want instructions on their own, we'll put the details for those as well. $9.99. Again, you pay 1p&p, but these patterns will come directly from Kerrie. If you're buying the kit, you'll get the pattern in your kit. But if you just buy the pattern on its own, that will come direct from Kerrie. Lovely. Kerrie, make me one.
Make you one. I was just getting ahead and doing the little magnetic clasp. So we've got all of the little pieces out here. I've already gone ahead and started prepping the binding for the zips. So the zips are, in fact, I tend to do quite a lot of my zips in the same way where the binding covers it. It just makes it easier to sew it onto the vinyl. So with the wrong side of the fabric facing up towards you, we're simply going to fold these in half, and you've got 4 little pieces, 2 for each zip, and give that a press. Now you're getting the same amount of fabric in each kit, so you can decide which is your exterior and which is your interior fabric. So once you've got the centre point, we're then going to fold this in and press. And then again, just to create that little bit of binding.
When did you first start your business, Kerrie?
6 weeks before I turned 30. It was my 30th. I wanted to have my own business before I turned 30.
So,
and I'm 40
a year ago?
Well, yeah, pretty much. And I'm 40 this year.
Amazing.
So I started initially making, you know, gifts for friends, then gifts for shops and commissions. And then I moved into teaching. And I had a craft centre, did lots of workshops, but patterns for Living in Loveliness, we actually started in January, oh, I'm having to think now, 3 years ago, whatever year that was.
An evolving business.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. It's so great to see all the different developments over the years, though.
So yeah, we've changed quite a lot. I mean, obviously lockdown had a part to play in all of that. So,
yeah, it changed all of us and all businesses, didn't it? But, you know.
Definitely.
Now, just want to let you know, the floral colourway, once you've all checked out, over half the stock is gone. So if you love the florals, grab it.
So what we're doing here, you've got these tiny little bits of vinyl. We're simply going to put these up against, no we're not, we're going to do it on the big piece. I need to screw my head on today, don't I? So the larger piece of vinyl is what we're doing this to. There we go. So on both sides of the vinyl, I've made this one so many times as well. I've made lots of these for gifts.
It's very, very adaptable pattern, isn't it?
Well, I've got lots of teenage nieces as well, so you know they can put in whatever they want to.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, it's the kind of thing, you know, some little essentials that you want to keep separate, and then just throw it in whatever bag.
My youngest niece is 6 and she's really sweet, Maya is. And whenever she comes to my unit, hers is a sparkly bag or a keepsake bag. So she just literally goes around picking up sequins and diamantes and that's what she's got in hers. Yeah. So she comes and tidies up and takes away.
Adorable. I love that.
It's really sweet.
I love that. Just gorgeous glittery things.
She says, can I take the shiny things?
Go on then. Then you're like, where did I leave my rings? They're all in the pouch.
Oh no, she's far more interested in a sequin, to be completely honest with you.
Jolly good.
She loves a sequin. So what I've done here just on the zips now is I've just put a little bit of binding over one side of the zipper there. So we'll swap the zipper foot over and then we're just going to sew that directly to the zip.
Got you. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, how sort of things develop over the years. I mentioned earlier on I started a business to sort of fund my own crafting, really. And what I used to do was I used to go around to like quilting groups and WIs, and I took almost like a pop-up shop. So I'd take fabrics and patterns and books. And yeah, I was sort of school teacher by day, and then I used to load up my car and visit a group, and then of course you naturally then get into doing a bit of a talk, a bit of a demo, go teach a workshop, and before you know it, it's taken over.
Yeah.
And
I have to say, I before we went into lockdown, I would be doing 3-4 classes a day.
Wow.
And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And you know, that was a real shock to go from doing that.
Yeah, it's intense though.
Yeah, I just loved it though.
Yeah.
And a lot of my classes were sort of after school club for children, and you know, and I really miss doing that. So just the end of last year, I did go back to doing classes and retreats and things. And you know, I think all these years on, it's just having an opportunity to stop and think, which bits do I really love, you know, really love doing.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do now to secure this into position is to just pop this onto your zipper. So just gluing this into position.
It looks so smart, doesn't it? That binding along the edge of a zip.
It's really useful.
It's a very smart finish. You've got about 5 minutes left, by the way, my love.
That's okay, darling. I've got a head and I haven't sewn these down. I've pinned them. That's because you're not here to keep me on task. Look.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm blaming
Come
you.
on. Do you want me to crack the whip?
Otherwise, I'll pop it in, open the zip, and it'll just fall apart.
Yeah.
So let's just do that little speedy sewing. I think just adding the binding onto the side, you know, completely transforms the project, and you know, for me, allows me to use up all of my scraps.
Yes. Oh yeah, because I mean, you know, you've got fabrics included with your kit, but then dive into your stash, use fat quarters, use leftovers from quilt projects. You could even patch the fabrics together, couldn't you, and do a real scrappy version. So
if I just talk you through really where we're at with this. So I'm just running the glue along that zip. And if we pop this on top, so this is your center part of your project. I won't sew this. Once you've secured that in place, then you've got this extra little bit of clear vinyl on the end here. So we'll glue that on top and sew to secure the vinyl on both sides. So really it's just allowing you easy access into that zip. What I've done on here is I've attached the magnetic clasp. So your magnetic clasp for the interior part of the bag goes onto the batting, and onto the exterior part of the fabric. And if you have a little look at my sample, I may well have quilted that one. If you want to quilt, and in the pattern booklet, I just do a little bit of quilting on the outside of this project. Then we'll do so you've got all of your measurements for marking up your magnetic clasp on the inside. So I'll pop that in just a little while. And really, to finish this project off, all you're going to do, one piece of your vinyl is matching up to your raw edge here. There we go. If we close the zips, it just makes it a little bit easier. And this top part, all I'm doing on here is just folding this over by about 1/4 inch, just to hide that little bit of vinyl, that raw edge of the vinyl. You can leave the raw edge out if you want to. So at this stage, and this gives the bag some definition as well, all we're doing here is just sewing along here, and I actually used a zigzag stitch here to get a nice finish and to really compress the vinyl. Fold your bag in half to find your centre, and then to divide that up into your 2 pockets, again I'm just zigzagging along that centre part of your project. And the last thing to do, now on mine and in the pattern booklet and tutorial, you can either leave these squared off on the edge or just cut a little curve. I quite like a curve on a flap. So trim that along, and then you've got enough fabric in your kit to bind this. So you're just putting a binding on to the edge of this to complete that little clutch bag. You know, once we've done that top stitching, you can see there how fast these are to make up. So these are nice little gifts to make, whatever you use for these are. But certainly if you're selling your wares, then this is a really speedy, and it uses, as you can see, limited amounts of fabric as well. So a nice, useful project. And like you said, you know, it makes the project more appealing when it's useful. I quite like appealing,
completely
useful projects and storage and that sort of thing.
Yes,
I mean, the sequins, collecting your sequins is great. I mean, I really should have had these when Honey was little. Every time we went on the beach, she always wanted to just collect shells. Yes. You know, what a lovely way to see the side. It's a great little bag to pop into your beach bag, isn't it? To
all
put your
kids
shells
love bags.
in. Yeah.
All kids love bags and shells.
Bags and bags of them we've collected over the years.
Love it, love it. Thank you, Kerrie, so much for a lovely morning, gorgeous projects. When are you next in?
The 25th of June.
Hurrah! What are you going to be doing?
On the 25th.
Yeah.
I have a new launch. I finally have.
Do you?
Yeah. So I've been writing patterns for 3 years, and you know, I get asked quite a lot, when are you going to do a Honey pattern? Because of course, Honey, my daughter, is the only person in my close family that I've not named a pattern after. So I'm launching a new beach bag, which is going to be called Honey.
Is it?
And I've got a new cushion called Lulabelle.
Oh, it sounds gorgeous. Can't wait. 25th of June.
That's it. I best finish the samples.
Pop it in your diaries.
29th.
29th. Okay, sounds good. Excellent. Thank you, Kerrie.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of this official day of loveliness.
Oh, I will.
Now, just a quick recap. We've got floral cleansing wipe clutch. 2/3 of it is gone. Remember, you're getting the kit, including all of the fabric to make one of the bags. You're getting a full tutorial as well, a video tutorial, plus full written pattern, photographic pattern. You get everything you need apart from thread. So you get your vinyl, 2 zips, you get your magnetic fastening, all of your fabric from your inner and your outer. And you can flip that if you prefer, right? You can use either fabric either way, or even mix and match a little bit if you want to. It's a pattern you're going to make again and again and again, but start off with this one. Beautiful. Also, when you watch the video, there's an extra video for how to make the microfiber facial cleansing wipes as well. So this is designed to have those facial cleansing wipes one side, and obviously you can put them when they're used in the other. But you could use this bag for so many different things. It's absolutely gorgeous. So that's one option. Our second option is the leopard. Love this combo. It's very Jenny Jackson, and this is Jenny Jackson's birthday actually. So happy birthday, Jenny Jackson. Love that. So you've got your 2 different leopard print fabrics. You're getting your 2 zips, you get your magnetic fastening, your vinyl, your quilt batting, and your instructions. $19.99. Video tutorial as well. definitely watch that. If you want instructions on their own, we'll give you details. $9.99. Those patterns, by the way, if you're buying anything else from us today here at Sewing Street, you will get your instructions in a separate envelope. They'll come direct from Kerrie. But if you're buying a kit, everything's all bundled together. But patterns on their own come direct from Kerrie. So look out for a second envelope. Now then, we also had the fabulous Lola lunch bag from Living in Loveliness. Been very, very popular, this. So in the two options, we'll start with strawberry. So that's this one right here. A gorgeous summery lunch bag. Plenty of room inside for a good pack up, as we say in the north. Good pack up. Snap. Have you got your snap? Snap. That's a word for packed lunch. Yeah.
Mine are always made by Grandad's Snap.
Snap, yeah. It's
They're
packed
not
lunch.
from the north, though.
No. And then you've got a little pocket at the front which opens up, little flap, and then inside little pockets for your cutlery. Because we're not animals, are we? You know. You can have your
Make
lovely.
them smaller for your chopsticks.
Yeah, or you could tuck a little napkin in there or something like that, you know, but absolutely gorgeous. You get full instructions, full dimensions, pattern pieces, templates, everything in a paper pattern. You also get a full printed panel with everything, all the right size and shape. Just cut them out, fuse them, sew them, you're done. In your kit, am I right, do you get the webbing, or do you need webbing?
You need that.
You need extra webbing. We'll mention that. You do need a bit of webbing for the handles. So that's the strawberry option. The other option in the lunch bag is the hummingbirds. So if you earlier on bought Kerrie's other version of hummingbirds, this will match. Really beautiful design, this. Hummingbirds and hibiscus in gorgeous summery pink and yellow. If you want to have a look for webbings, we'll put them on during the break time. Have a look for those. What do you need, about a metre?
Yeah.
Yeah, metre will do it. All right, super. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it'll be my pleasure to welcome Helen Rhiannon back with another dressmaking hour, so I'll see you after this.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's great to have your company. This hour I'm back with the fabulous Helen Rhiannon. Helen, hello.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back, welcome back.
Thank
This
you.
is lovely.
Well, this is a Vernon shirt, and I'm making a slightly different version to this one because this one was made by
Adam
yeah.
Brooks, yes.
So we've got quite a nice different one now today.
Lots of options. I love a casual shirt. Absolutely gorgeous. This is women's wear, beautifully shaped from Cashmerette. And Cashmerette are all about the curves, accentuating, shaping, flattering garments, particularly with curvy bodies in mind, which I am there for. After the show, don't do it now, obviously, but after the show, have a look on the Cashmerette website because they do great sort of sizing and fitting charts and guides, things like that. So it's really worth having a look at that when you get your pattern home as well, to get the best out of your pattern. They are beautifully cut patterns. So that shirt, the Vernon shirt, we've got two different options. Okay, thank you. Right, so let's start. So it's two different options depending on your size range. Same pattern, but so this is the Vernon shirt in sizes 12 to 32. Now, am I right in saying, yes, this is an American pattern. So UK size 14 to 34. So that's really covering a fantastic size range. I love that. And also, very, very importantly with Cashmerette, the patterns are for cup sizes C to H. Now, Helen, am I right in saying that there are different pattern pieces for different cup sizes?
Yes.
So this isn't just a case of, oh, we'll just make the bust different, same pattern piece, just do a
really
bust.
good.
It's a different bodice piece.
Yes. Yeah, a whole
Love
different pattern
that.
piece, yeah.
Love that.
Yeah,
That's how you get a proper fit, right?
Yes.
This pattern, this size range will sell out. It will sell out. It is flying. $19.99 for this. Huge size range. Absolutely love it. And I think as well, you can see there just on the front cover, we've got a very Welcome to the hoedown. This is definitely a bit of country dancing. I love that. Great with a pair of jeans, walk in the country. Silky, gorgeous, just love it. Right, let me grab the other pattern. Same shirt, looks totally different. It's all about the fabric. This is in American sizes 0 to 16, so UK 2 to 18. So still a fantastic range of sizes. Still cup sizes C to H. Helen, can I ask a question, please? Yes. Let's say I'm a cup size A or right. I'm a cup size B. Yes. Does that mean this pattern is not for me?
I would probably go with the nearest to you.
Okay.
And then it's always good then to alter and you can take in.
Okay.
So yeah, always go a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
I haven't done a huge amount, so I don't personally know sizing and how accurate in that way. But the fact they're designed for curvy women means that you're not going to get a really tight, horrible snug fit. So,
Understood.
Yeah, just
Understood.
Go a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
perfect.
Side seams.
Perfect, like that. Okay, great. So that is the sizes, US size 0 to 16, UK 2 to 18, cup size C to H. So details are on screen for that size. We'll just show you there we go, there are your sizes. Very, very popular, that pattern, really popular. It's a great versatile shirt because you could make this in a Liberty floral, cotton lawn, or quilt weight cotton would be beautiful. You could make this in a nice soft needle cord or baby cord, that would be beautiful. Tartan, chambray, denim. What about a nice stable velvet? Helen, you mentioned using viscose.
It's quite similar to the front.
Yep, yes. Yummy, absolutely gorgeous. A satin, that would be really nice as well. So versatile. Now, talking of fabrics, we've got some amazing bundles to share with you. Do you want to do a price comparison on the pattern first? We'll do it later. We'll do it later. Rest assured, Sewing Street have the best price. We knew that. We knew that. Right, can we start with the bundle that the shirt is made in, please? Okay. You're going to love these prices. 3 metre bundle of the tartan. Now check this out. I'm not even going to attempt what kind of tartan is this, which clan, but it is absolutely gorgeous. 3 metres. Now the price, look at that, £16.99 for 3 metres of this beautiful cotton tartan fabric. And this is a brushed cotton. So it's 100% cotton. So this is actually the outside. This is your, what would you do? Would you use the brushed cotton on the inside or the outside, Helen? I think I'd probably use the brushed cotton on the inside, so it's really soft,
soft
against your skin, lovely and snuggly. And then that sort of smarter side, yes you would, yes you would. 150 centimetres wide. You're getting a 3 metre piece. Stock up because these are literally just back in stock. Perfect for men or women's wear. Helen, could I use this on the back of a quilt or a blankie or cushions?
It's lovely. It's really nice and soft. I think you could use that for so many things.
I'm thinking I'd use this for PJ bottoms as well.
Yeah.
Lounge pants. In that, menswear as well, menswear. We don't often have fabrics which I would say, gosh, this would be great for menswear, but these bundles today are absolutely. So if you sew for men, if you're a man who sews and you make shirts for yourself, these bundles are absolutely perfect for you. And look at that price, £16.99 for a 3 metre bundle. Now 3 metre bundle, if you're making even a large size for a man, 3 metres for a shirt, absolutely top. Brilliant. I know obviously we're doing brushed cotton now and it's getting quite warm and all, but do you know what? These bundles fly out so fast. If you don't get it today, you'll probably end up missing out. By the time you are thinking brushed cotton. A third of the stock left. Now then, next up, Again, these are all 3 metre bundles. So this is our next one. This is rather lovely. Quarter of the stock of this is already gone. That is absolutely yummy. Isn't it lovely? 150 centimetres wide. Again, you know, yes, we want to match checks when we're using them for a shirt. A 3 metre bundle is plenty for matching. And I'm just going to put that against just to show, isn't that just lovely? I feel like I'm in Braveheart now. Yeah, I need that kind of brooch, don't I? You know, yeah. But it's lovely, isn't it? Really, I'd wear that. I'd wear any of these. Gorgeous. And again, PJ bottoms or pyjamas, lounge pants. You could do shorts and a jacket. That would be cute. Single figures. Just saying. The green, oh, this is so smart. Again, I'm going to put this up against because I just want you to see, isn't that just lovely for a shirt? I just think that is smashing. Really nice, thank you. Hannah's loving me in that. Cute. You're glowing. No, it is lovely. Again, 3 metres. These are all brushed cotton. So the inside of them is all snugly and brushed. So it's really comfy against your skin. 100% cotton, of course. You could make cushions, you could make a throw, make a little cosy corner at home. Pet beds, nice as well. But also, I think that would make a really nice like shift dress in a tartan. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Perhaps line it. A pinafore dress would be cute. Would be nice. Now you're talking. Love it. Love it. Really love the colour of that one. Our last tartan. This is a proper, you need a kilt pin for this one, don't you think? That's proper. That's proper. Look at that. Love that. When I was about 3, Helen, my mum made me a fancy dress outfit as a Bay City roller. Yeah. I dare say you're much too young to remember the Bay City rollers, no, but my sister was a huge fan. And yes, she made me a gorgeous outfit. Yes. Oh, I wore it with pride. Gorgeous. Still got the pictures somewhere. I'll have to find them and bring them in. No. Now, just because we don't often have these fabrics in, and I thought these would be great for pyjamas, so we'll just quickly flash up a pattern. This is Sew Me Something, the Rosalind pyjama sewing pattern. Size is 8 to 22. If you have a look on the web, the second image is the size chart, but you're getting 3 metre bundle here, which is loads. There it is. There it is. There it was. That's the one. Fab, very popular. And then my last 3 options in fabric bundles are denims. And these are a lovely shirt weight, a lightweight. And I have light, medium, dark. We're going to start with dark. 3 metre piece. I do love a denim shirt. It's very, oh, it looks lovely against any skin tone. I think there's a colour of denim for every skin tone. Really nice. You could substitute the buttons for brass snaps, which would look very nice, or even pearl snaps, couldn't you? That would be really pretty. Love it. Love it. Look at the price again, $22.99. Medium blue. Again, a good middle ground here. And again, a really soft, lightweight, 100% cotton denim. Really lovely shirt weight denim. proper stuff. $22.99 for that. And you could add a little bit of maybe a floral detail here and there. Just a little bit, maybe a little bit of embroidery. You could, I don't know, does the pattern come with a pocket?
Do the yoke.
You could do the yoke.
Inside,
inside yoke in a floral, like that. Yeah, light denim, last of all $22.99. That little shirt, open, not done up, open over the top of a floral dress, summer dress, just for a little day into evening. $22.99, gorgeous. Helen, I want one. Make me one, please.
Right, we are making the slightly different version, which I love. I love that.
Oh, I didn't even realise there was that.
Yeah, so this one is a straight sleeve. It's got the little cuff on the end.
Little dainty cuff.
Okay, so it's like you kind of your staple shirt. The one we're doing today now has got like a lantern type sleeve, which I love. It just takes it into a whole different kind of look. And it's got a, what do they call it? The button stand where you don't see the buttons from the outside. Oh. So it's the doubled over concertina type thing.
Really nice. Yeah. Love that sleeve too.
So I really like that. That's why I'm thinking florals could be
feminine,
really nice. But the
pretty.
denim will look lovely with this. So I will try to finish this after the show at some point, and I will take a photo of it because I think this in denim will just look absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, fabulous.
So can't say when that will be, but I'll
a
have
message for you, Helen.
Yes.
Morning, Stuart and Helen. Love this pattern. I've made it twice now, and it was the first garment I've made since my O-levels. Alison in Derbyshire. Well, now, I know that because I was the last year that did O-levels, and that was in 1987. So if this was the first thing you've made since pre-1987 and you enjoyed it and it was successful.
Excellent.
Terrific. Good. That, I think, is very reflective of a great pattern.
Yes. Well, I think everyone loves a shirt, and you can just wear it so differently, even on the front, showing that you can have it out or you can have it tucked in. And I think, the fabric's earlier as well, and that soft viscose or... Anyway.
Beautiful.
Shall we start?
Let's start.
Okay. So you can see a little bit closer up here how the sleeves differ. So you've got that little bit of like a lantern effect on there. So you've got a placket on both sleeves that you need to do on the cuff. So it's the same method there. Everything else is the same, the collar, but it's a slightly longer collar on the view B.
I noticed that. I really like that.
So it's just a little bit more stylised with that. But the making of it is exactly the same, just bar this little extra bit here, and then the button stand where you don't see the buttons from the outside. So you get they're hidden with inside. I do love this though, the way they've just kind of worded it, the boob-friendly take on the essential button-up shirt. So it's quite
love that.
Kind of a nice. It's just talking a normal language, isn't it?
Yeah.
So when you were saying earlier about if you were cup size A or B, I think this type of shirt, because it's not a super fitted shirt anyway, it wouldn't matter. I think you could always make it, and if you felt it was a little bit gapey, just take it in on your side seams. So I think it's a lovely one to do. And I just love that it embraces curves. Yes, it's a good thing. So it shows you all of your pieces to cut here. It shows you what fabric you need. And
this is where you can see as well, I'll just show you how there are 3 different bodice pieces, depending on whether you're a C, is it C to D, E to F, and G to H.
Yeah.
So there are 3 different bodice pieces depending on which cup size you are.
The one I've cut is 1A, which is a CD
C
cut.
or a D.
So B then must be EF.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay, so you've got all your pieces you need to cut out there. Your fabric key, your seam allowance is 12 mil, half an inch. So in dressmaking, I'm not usually on like 1 centimetre or 1.5.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're probably quilting mode, you're more like your 12
quarter
mil.
of an inch.
Yeah, and your quarter.
No, half of that.
Half an inch. Yeah. So just be mindful of that. If you're used to doing a 1 centimetre or a 1.5, you're actually going in between. So just be mindful of your seam allowance on there. And obviously because it's like a jigsaw piece, you want everything to be the correct seam allowance so that it will all fit together. More so with a shirt because you've got your collar, Okay, so you've got this little bit, you've got your collar stand here, and if you've done a slightly bigger or slightly smaller seam allowance, this is where you'll find that it will be different to actually fit that on. So it's just little things like that to bear in mind, because it will affect the whole fit.
Yes.
So do a little practice bit to make sure you've got
pop the collar there. Can't resist.
Very nice. Okay, so you've got all your cutting layouts as well. Again, loads of information in here for you. Now, the one thing I did a little faux pas, because I was rushing, well, not rushing, but I kind of just speed cut and everything.
Yep.
So with the interfacing, I just went on my autopilot, and I will show you what I did for it. So I've just put the interfacing on the whole piece of, say, the collar.
Yes.
But they are actually getting you to cut it out as separate pieces, which is against what I said earlier, and then to trim off your 1 centimetre. So that just gives you, it takes that little extra bit of seam allowance firmness away, you know, so you want it to be nice and easy when it's all in here, so it's not so bulky. It's not the end of the world if you've ironed the whole thing, because it will still work, you just need to trim it down. But it does also get you on the button stands, so it gets you to cut one piece of interfacing, so you've got one pattern piece, but you actually cut the interfacing into strips.
Okay.
So just be mindful, don't iron on your interface and assume it goes onto your fabric. Cut your interfacing separately on this, and because you're working with firmer fabrics, it's okay, it's easier to then match it up. Okay, so that's my one little tip for that bit. And we are going to start with darts first of all. And we're going to sew the darts, then we're going to go and look at sewing the back and the yokes, because I love a yoke. I just think it's I just love how it's put together. It's a really beautiful finish. So what we'll do, we'll start with the bust darts first. I'll do that bit nice and quickly on here. So you've got your whole pattern piece, you've got your options to lengthen and shorten. There's nothing really complicated or different on here, but these are your front pieces, and they've got your normal notches, and they've just got your bust dart. So we're going to go over here. I have cut a small little notch at the end of the darts there, and again the rest of it then we will take off. You've got a notch there as well, which is important for when you do put your button stand on as well. So don't forget your notches. Now I've anchored my dart in the centre here as well, so I'm going to pull this off. And I'm just going to make sure I keep that mark here. So I'll just do there. Keep that anchored in there. So we'll probably sew the one dart, and then we'll get onto the construction then. So what we've got, let's peel this a bit off. So we have your pin through where the top of the dart was marked on the pattern piece. And then you've got your two ends there. So we fold those together. And you can grab that pin, and it will allow you to get this nice and flat. Now interestingly, on the pattern, they do say that they press their darts up. So they press them upwards over the tailor's hand, because they feel that works better on curves.
Okay.
Because I'd usually press them down. Yeah, that's my usual go-to. So they do say it's up to you. You can try it either way, see what you prefer.
I have a question from Sylvia, who's in Lincolnshire, Helen. Sylvia asks, what's the best way to wash 3 meters of fabric, and do we have to pre-wash? So let's start with, do we pre-wash fabrics for dressmaking? Do you?
50-50. It depends where they're from as well. So like this is Tilda cotton. I tend to just cut it out, make it, and because they're a good quality, they wash really well. But there are some fabrics that you are worth washing. I think it's again, it's a personal thing. You don't want to spend lots of time making something and for it to shrink, because there is always can be a little bit of shrinkage, and you don't know until you put it in the wash.
Right.
But I suppose I'm not used to it because I make bridal wear, and you don't wash bridal wear.
No.
So I've never really washed anything. But there are times where you get caught out. So So it's a personal thing. But
Bit
I
of
would
a personal choice.
The whole edge. Overlock the whole edge. If it's a fabric that will fray, before you put it in the machine, don't cut it whatever you do.
No, don't cut your pattern pieces and then wash them. No. So and then in terms of how you pre-wash, do you do it by hand? Do you do it in the washing machine, with or without?
Gosh, I don't.
Soap?
I don't know. What do you do?
Well, I do pre-wash for dressmaking, and things like quilt backings I will pre-wash. So I do
you really
them.
Don't want quilts to shrink as well.
No. So in the washing machine, I do a cold wash. So 30 degrees, wash. Just do a quick wash, it's fine. 30 minutes. It doesn't have
to be a full wash.
No, if there's a 30-minute cycle, no fabric softener, just it doesn't matter whether you use laundry detergent or not. I mean, if you buy,
isn't it? It's just getting it wet.
It's
so
getting it
all
wet.
The fibres will shrink. And
Exactly. Unless the fabric you have bought is, for example, looks or feels stiff, grubby, dusty. If it's been in your stash for donkey's years, you might want to pre-wash it then. So cold wash. I tend to put colour catchers in as well, and that's more as an indication to me of whether the dyes are fugitive or not. Because I mean, I like to buy all sorts of. I will buy things like African wax prints. I will buy Japanese fabrics, and different processes, different times of history. Just depends how old they are. They can act differently. So
it is worth doing it, but you just need to get them
wet.
Ideally wet. So, okay. So this now, if you press the dart down, it does match nicely there. But if you were to press it up, they just tell you to just snip off that excess there. So you would press that dart, and that's your nice simple bit to start with.
Lovely.
If you're not sure on sizing, you could just cut out each one and just maybe look at in a sample fabric, cut in this top section to see which pattern piece will fit you better. If you're unsure between two, you can always do that. But just for now, we're going to leave it as that, and you would have done the other side. We'll just jump ahead for this next bit, okay?
Yeah.
So the fun bit is these back bits here.
The yoke.
The yoke. So that's a nice simple. And with your dart, what I did with the dart, just to show you, always start sewing from the end towards the point. Don't ever start at the point because it can chew your fabric. So from there, and what you can do, it depends on the thickness of your fabric, but you can sew when you could. A back tack is a cheap method, but for a really lovely neat method, you would just sew in your normal stitch length, take it down to about 1 just on the end, so you do some really small stitches, and then you can tie that off then. So that's your other way.
Better.
Okay. Yes. I used to knot everything. My teacher taught me really old school when I was in
Nothing wrong with that.
School, and I used to layer all the seams. So interestingly, the American patterns all will say to layer your seams inside to reduce the bulk, whereas not so much UK ones. Whereas she'd tell us off if we didn't layer our seams.
You always hear that voice, don't you?
Do.
Still,
I know. There's a few people in the over the time that I always remember. Right, layer your seams, or nice red pen when you're drafting your patterns for your grain line, and so if you've got a good teacher, they'll teach you well. Okay, so we'll take the pieces out of the back. And so you've got a notch there, which is really important. Obviously, you've got your double notch signifies your back. You've got your side notches, and that's it on there. You won't need to mark anything on the bottom. It's just going to be this little bit up here that's important. And you can lose your pattern piece once you're ready. And we'll pop the yokes there for now. And what we're going to do first is just create the small box pleat in the back. So again, if you're unsure what it's going to look like, get your paper pattern and just fold it and see how it looks. But if you have a little look at the pattern here, bring this down, it's showing you that you've got your 2 notches either side of the centre, and you join those together. So what we'll do, we'll just put those, which way are we doing? Wrong way. Put them together.
So wrong sides of the fabric together.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just you can put a little pin in there just to kind of hold it in. And because this was cut on the fold, probably could do with just ironing that fold out, but just for now we'll just put your finger in and you flatten that out then. Now I also put a little notch right on the centre, so that helps you line up then. If you can see that, exactly where everything goes. So it's quite a small pleat.
Yeah.
It's quite small, nice and neat.
Yeah.
So once you've done that, then you can just grip it between your finger and thumb and just keep all your raw edges together. And just pin either side there. And then I would then run a tack-in stitch across that to keep that in place.
Yeah, and it's just a lovely little detail, isn't it, on a shirt? And it's just there just to allow a bit more movement in the garment as you lean forward, as you arch your back,
arms,
isn't it?
It's all to do with our arms as well.
Yeah.
So that's a really nice, simple bit there. So you can just tack that in place. Then you have your yolks. Okay, so this does confuse some people because
people can get
it is a
very
little bit of
frightened of a
magic.
yoke. Yeah.
But it looks so beautiful when it's done, so professional.
It's a lovely little sort of historic detail, isn't it? It's a bit of a costume detail that has stayed.
Yes. And it's just, I think you were saying earlier, if you were to put, say, a contrast colour inside, so you could really play with the inside of the shirt where you could have the yoke, which is on the back, but you could also look at putting the stand in a different colour, and you see that, which is quite nice. Okay, so what we're going to do is they get you to do it one step at a time. So we'll follow the instructions and do it exactly as it says. Now where I put that little centre notch, there's a little centre one which is marked on your yoke as well. So we'll match that one up in there. And it gets you to just pin and sew the first side of the yoke on, so onto the outside of your shirt. So we'll do that. That one there. So then we'll just flatten all of this in. And just make sure all your seam allowances sit nice and flat there.
So it's that same thing you were talking about in your earlier show. Pin the notch, pin at either end, and then spread the pins throughout the gaps.
Yes. Yeah. So there's a little bit of movement in here. So I'm just kind of easing it back in. So that's what you're looking to achieve. So you're looking to get the top. If for some reason it feels like there's a little bit too much fabric, then don't be afraid to overpin and get that sitting nice and flat from both sides. So the first bit says for you to run it down here. So they get you to sew a 6mm seam allowance, which is almost just tacking this bit on.
Yes.
You can put the other side on as well and sandwich it in, but we'll go with the instructions because they get you to put the first one on so you don't get confused then with putting the second piece on top. So we'll do as it says. We'll put it on just a longer stitch just for now.
Yep.
And a much smaller seam allowance because you'll re-sew this seam once you attach the other side of the yoke.
Yes.
So don't worry too much. Yes.
Yeah. So they're really quite big seam allowances on this, aren't they?
It is, isn't it? I haven't actually come across a pattern where it's 12mm.
No.
To be honest. It's usually your 1.5 was on the closet core patterns.
Yeah.
But then they still went to the 1 centimetre as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've done your first bit. So that, when it opens up, that is what your fashion shirt will look like. You see how soft this is as well, it's lovely.
It's gorgeous.
Okay, so that's almost to say your tack-in stitch there. So when you go on to your next one, I'll just double check as well. It says flip your outside yoke up, leaving, oh no, we haven't done the second one, sorry. We're going to turn the shirt over this way. And this is when you get your second yoke. So we'll tuck that one out the way.
So this is now the inner yoke.
The inside one. So what you also need to do is just familiarise yourself with a key. So you can see that that side, it was right sides together. This side, you're looking at the wrong side of both pieces.
Yes.
So when you place this one on, and I'm going to put, if you're ever in doubt, this is a good tip as well, just put your pin where you're going to sew. So if you're thinking, am I doing this right? Is it going to work? Then put your pin where you would sew and then just open it up and see what it would look like once you've sewn it. So that is what you're looking to achieve.
Yes, perfect.
Like that. Okay, so you're kind of making a sandwich.
Yes.
So the shirt piece is the filling and your yolks are the bread. Facing each other, right sides together.
Now, while you repeat that process, I'm just going to recap the two options in the pattern.
Okay.
So Ah, okay, there's only one option. What's sold out? The smaller? Ah, the larger ones have sold out. Okay. So we're looking at the Cashmerette pattern, the Vernon shirt, in sizes 0 to 16. So this is UK 2 to 18. Still covering a really good range of sizes there. So if you're a size 12, size 14, size 16, go for this one. Size 18, you could go for either size. We'll show you the size charts just so you can check. Do a quick screenshot of that. Make sure you get the right size for you. Just a little price comparison as well for that pattern, just so you can see how competitive we are here at Sewing Street. Here it is, $23.99 is what you could pay if you went somewhere else. We don't want you to do that. Yeah, just come to Sewing Street, $19.99. There we are. You're here anyway. Don't go elsewhere. Don't go elsewhere. Now, some of the bundles have sold out. Yeah. The red tartan sold out. The green. Low. We've only got 9 bundles left and way more of these in baskets than we have. So if you want to go for this, which is kind of, it's not black watch, but it's that sort of colouring, isn't it? That lovely vibrant blue, the green, the black, really love that. That sort of, you know, dark and sultry, very sophisticated tartan. That's just me. 3 meters for $16.99, amazing. Is that right? Did I read? Yeah, that is amazing. Just a few of those left now. The white background tartan, again, it's just lovely. Very, very smart. 6 bundles, that's it. 6 bundles and gone. $16.99. How many in baskets? All of them. All of them. Yeah. That does not mean you couldn't swoop in now and open a fresh basket and still get that. It's just about who's quickest. And then the last bundle that we've got available is the one that the shirt's made up in. This is lovely. It's just a lovely colour to wear with denim. Nice pair of jeans. Nice smart boot. Little belt. The check bundles are a fab price. I got the blue and red and the red to make lounge pants. That's a collector in Merseyside. Perfect for that, aren't they? Absolutely perfect. Lounge pants, pyjama pants. Also really nice for home deck. If you wanted, you could use that actually to back some faux fur fabric and then have a reversible faux fur throw. I mean, I know it's summer, but I don't need to tell anybody that we will still have chilly nights. I like sitting in the garden actually of an evening when it gets cool and just get a blankie, little faux fur throw, something like that, and stay out into the wee small hours, which for me is about 9:30 p.m. That's late. That's late. And then we've got our denim bundles. Let's start with the dark. This would probably be my go-to colour. Fewer than 20 of this. We had the most of this, but we're fewer than 20 now. This is that darkest blue. And it is a shirt weight denim. So this is really soft, light. It's not going to be really heavy and bulky. It's not going to feel like you're trying to wear a pair of jeans around your shoulders. It is soft, it is fluid and floaty. $22.99 for those. The medium, again, 3 meters. If you're undecided, go with the medium. I think it just flatters everybody, that colour. It's really lovely, isn't it? You can't go wrong with denim. Suits everybody, any age as well, any age. Just got to find the right pattern, haven't you? And I think the Vernon shirt is absolutely it. And then the last one, this is giving me, must have been love, but it's over now. I want spiky blonde hair, I want a smoke machine, and I want it now. Good. But that's just me. And nobody gives me anything I want, so there. You might have also noticed the overlocker. Helen and I were talking about them earlier on. Overlocker, Sewing Bee starts tomorrow, and the UK will go absolutely bananas for overlockers, dressmakers, mannequins, and anything dressmaking. We'll be having a look at this in the last hour this morning. This is the Dukey Air Threader. Not essential for dressmaking, but I think dressmakers would say, actually, Stuart, it so is. Helen?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I think once you've tried it, it's hard to go back.
Yeah, absolutely. And air threading completely eliminates the number one pain point when anyone talks about overlockers, which is threading them. This is offer it up, press the button, whoosh, and it's threaded. So, yeah, you take that out of the equation and suddenly an overlocker is very, very appealing. Helen.
I'm ready for you again.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
So we are at the fun bit. So just to run through on here is we've sewn the yoke across the top and attached it to this. So we've got the yoke either side and sandwiched through there. So the beauty is you don't see that seam on the back. That's the lovely thing with it. So then what you've done is you've almost tacked the shoulder seams together, but the important bit is you've put the shoulder seams together, but you haven't included the other yoke in the shoulder seam. Okay, so what it says on here is to flip your outside yoke up, which is this one, leaving your inner yoke down, which is this one. So your inner yoke just gets tucked out of the way.
Right.
And then you pin your front pieces to the outside yoke at the shoulders, which is what I've done there. But again, that's the 6mm seam allowance, so like
just like a tack.
Just like a tacking, really. So then you lay your shirt flat. So I've laid it exactly as the picture. So hopefully you can see this little diagram in shot here.
I'm going to move it. Can I move it just?
There we are, make sure.
Okay. Well, we won't be able to leave it there, unfortunately. But you can see you've got all your diagrams there.
Well, we could leave it there. We can see from here that you've got your yoke. So this is what we're looking at here.
Yep.
This is what we've got laid out, okay? And then what happens is you roll this back layer. So we'll do that because it will all become clear. So you roll. Are we
going to make a burrito?
Layer. Yes. I think people call this the burrito method.
Burrito method, yeah.
So that gets rolled up inside there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then your next pieces get rolled up a lot better than I've done. Remove that. And it's so nice and thin, this as well, so you can't really go too wrong with this. So
no, it's easy to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this gets rolled up as well.
Yeah. To about there. Okay, so you want it all to go inside. So again, I'll get the picture to show
like
you.
To
That's it.
There.
So what you're recreating is this little picture here.
Yes,
okay,
I see
so I'm
that.
hoping that makes sense to you there. So that's rolled up. And again, you're looking at, that's the right side, which is the dark grey. And then the light inside is what's white. So just go back and forth, going, does that look like a picture?
Miss. I think I understand.
Yeah.
Do we have to fold that over there and then sew them properly?
Absolutely.
And then pull everything through?
Yes.
You see, it's easy when you've got a good teacher.
Exactly. So we just roll that up, sew through there. I've got one lady, Kim, who's sewing with me at the moment, and she's just learnt to make a small shirt because my son now has just turned 3. Everyone always says to me, "Oh, I bet he's the best dressed." I was like, "I haven't got time.
No,
I haven't got time to make anything." But I've made him a shirt for his 2nd birthday and his 3rd birthday, and I'll make him one probably every birthday. It's quite a nice. I've got the same pattern, and I'll change it up.
Yeah.
So Kim has started making these shirts for her grandchildren, and I think she's on about number 9 now.
Awesome.
And she's just mastered this bit, and you could see it twig. She's like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I've done it myself. One of the first things I ever made dressmaking was a man's shirt for me.
It's a hard project. I think menswear is difficult, isn't it?
Menswear is difficult, yeah, it is. There's a lot more processes in most menswear.
Yes.
But once you've cracked it, and when you see that come together, okay, now I get it.
It's really easy.
I get it.
But when you know how again, and if you can't work out the picture, it's just sometimes just having to look at it again and just check which fabric's the right way around, which is the inside out.
In fairness, Helen, that is the easiest diagram for the burrito method I've ever seen.
Yeah.
This is the benefit of buying a really good quality pattern. I know that $19.99, although it's the best price you'll get for this pattern, it still feels like it's, you know, it's a decent chunk of money. But this is a staple. This is a complex garment.
Yeah,
You'll make a great job, but it's a complex garment.
Have.
You need a good pattern for it.
And it
so
might look like you've done it wrong when you're pulling it back out, but have faith in the process.
Yeah.
And so that now from the outside looks exactly the same as we just had it, but when we turn it to the inside,
look at that.
all of your seams are tucked in.
So shoulder seams
really
gone,
nice.
yoke seam
Yeah,
gone.
really professional.
Lovely.
What you could do on top of this as well, you could top stitch. So this is when the lovely thing with denim, you could put a nice top stitch along there just to keep with the denim theme, or a contrast colour or something like that.
Variegated thread. Excuse
But
me.
that's your lovely, easy method. Now, I don't know how much time we've got.
We have got maybe 3-4 minutes.
Shall I start
Because
showing
I
you?
wanted to.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well, if I show you really quickly, I'm talking about myself. So the little placket, because that's probably the fiddly bit. I won't have time to show you the collar, unfortunately, because that is probably
I
the
sort
main
of
thing that
moved
people
on,
stress.
Helen. I want to look at this now. You carry on.
Carry on.
I'll share it with you in a second.
So, on your pattern, you have got a marking on here which says sleeve placket marking. So you've got a little triangle there. So all you have to do, you have to cut a little notch on the bottom and again mark on the top of your pattern piece, and then you stitch along with like a reinforcement stitching along there, and then you cut with your scissors. So it's one whole line, you don't stop and start at the point, and then you cut up then to the centre.
Courage, mon brave, courage.
And then as much as you can go there.
Just to the sewing line.
So good sharp scissors. Then you have your little placket piece here. So these are your instructions here to say what you're doing. Same on both sleeves, whether it's the all-in-one sleeve or whether it's the bit with this lovely piece added on here. So you fold back, 6 mil from the outer edge of one of your placket pieces like this. And even if I just pin this on to show you, it will be a help. So then you've cut it open. I'll show you like the diagram. So you have it the right way round, and then you place, they get you to put the top bit.
Just read a
like
message
that.
while you pin that. Jill says, "Hi Stuart, it's all your fault. I'll take this. As you have just made me buy this pattern and 2 fabric bundles. Only joking, I have no willpower over fabric."
Who has?
Jill, exactly. Who has?
So it also gets you to mark, it doesn't have a centre notch on here, but it gets you just to fold it in half. Find the centre point of your piece, bearing in mind that is on the bias as well. And then that just gets matched. Well, it gets you to flip it over this side now. And the main thing is you'll find that won't sit exactly up. You won't get raw edge to raw edge. It will sit that little bit further down, and just try and almost, where's that gone? They say about 6 mil again.
Yeah.
So you're trying to get it in line with there, and you're just trying to get all that fullness tucked away. And then you would pin the rest of this in place along here, and then you stitch along the same row of stitching that you've already done there, so you can use that as a guide then. And that creates a little placket. So the lumpy bit is going to be up by that point. So I'll have a little go to see if I can get this without any lumps.
You're sort
Fingers
of
crossed.
binding that bit you've snipped into, aren't you, in a way?
Yeah, so it's a nice way of doing it, because you're stitching over what you've done already, so you know where you're going. You can open this out straight, so that will help any bits bunching up then as well. And then make sure that you are just in from that row of stitching. And let's sew over a pin there. And then and I'll just pin it into place then so you can see how it would work. So once you've stitched that on, it's like a bias binding then. So your folded edge then comes over to encase what you've sewn there. So it is fiddly, pin it into place, and then once you have, so for example this bit, if I do the top, be able to see that better. Fold it over like this. You are going to sew from the right side though, so if it might be worth running a little row of tack in, but if you imagine then you'll actually sew from this side, so it actually keeps it all nice in place there, and then eventually when that is folded in on itself, that will all be tucked in, and that will be all folded in and invisible and sitting like that. So that will be your placket.
Fabulous.
So once you stitch down there, and the rest should be okay.
Gorgeous. Anyway,
Right.
anyway,
should we talk about my book?
This isn't available for sale right now,
No,
but it will be very soon.
it will.
Introduce
Right
me to
here.
your other baby.
This is the same age as my other baby.
I'm so excited for you. I'm
So
so
this
excited for you.
is my new book, Dressmaking the Easy Guide, and it's taken all the confusion out of it, going right to the basic. So you start. Oh, I love I can show you this now. It's so
awesome.
close.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a huge achievement.
Which is a little bit different to every other dressmaking book. So I've got real pattern testers who feature in my book as well. So what you start with is you have a set of blocks in the back. So they're not different pattern. You can't say I want to make this dress. You have a front block, a back block of a bodice, and a front and back block of a skirt, and you have a sleeve. You make up your sample, so you make up your bodice first of all, and once you've made up your bodice and your skirt, and I talk you through altering it and all those methods that before and after you've made it up as a sample, then you've got 4 different necklines you can learn how to draft, 4 different sleeves, which is got this part here, 5 versions of a skirt, collars and pockets, and you basically just mix and match. So rather than having a dress that you've got to alter afterwards, get the fit done first.
And over 80 different variations
By the time you mix
from
them all
one
together.
book. This is
So
incredible.
you've got all your tools, your basics, you've got how to on your sewing machine,
Just a minute.
equipment.
Hello.
I know.
That's the author.
I know that'd be me. So it's all even just position of needles, really basics to make sure you can sew really well. Neaten your seams, whether you've got an overlocker or not. Fabrics. Now I just keep very simple with fabrics. So I talk about the key ones if you're new to sewing, so cotton, denim, crepe. I don't mention viscose because I wouldn't want someone to pick the book up first of all and then go straight to that.
No.
But you can advance to those. You've got polycottons, wools.
And then more, and we're going to leave
So I
something
can't show
for
you any
launch.
more. Just a little.
When are you here for launch?
June 16th.
June the 16th.
Yes,
I
so
need
I
to
will
check
talk
my
you through.
diary. I don't know whether that's
I don't
with
know
me or
who's
not.
Here, then.
I'm good.
But
Is
I'll
it?
be doing
Oh, I think it's Rebecca
demonstrations.
Reed.
Oh, is it? So we'll be going through it all, how it works, but it's different. You make it to fit you first. Then you add the fun stuff. So this is a combination. So I've got a bodice block that fits me. So each time I make a new dress, I go back to that block.
Easy.
So it's like any dressmaker. It's what I do when I do bespoke clothing. So you go back to your block. You start with your block, then you know fits you. Change your collar, change your sleeve, change your skirt.
It's very exciting. Make sure you get it in your diary now. June the 16th, Bex Reed is going to be presenting. Helen Rhiannon will be here. Exclusive launch of her brand new book, Dressmaking the Easy Guide, only available here on Sewing Street on the 16th. I'm going to just spur over here. Thank you so much for that. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Thrilled to bits for you. Now, and Attractor has got in touch to say, I can't wait for publishing day. Brilliant. Now, quick recap on the bundles of fabric that we have left. Should we go denim first? Or? No worries, no worries. So top tartan, this is the one that the sample is made in. Single figures, well oversubscribed. It's just $16.99 for 3 meters of this beautiful cotton, 100% cotton. Brushed cotton on the reverse side, which means it's soft and snuggly against your skin. Absolutely beautiful. Now, just a quick point about Helen's book. You will be able to get it on launch day. There won't be pre-order before that, but we will have 2 weeks of exclusivity before it's available anywhere else. So 16th of June, 2 weeks from there is our exclusive period, and you'll be able to get it from us here at Sewing Street. But as always, I would suggest get in there early on the day. Now then, next bundle, we've got the white background tartan. Absolutely gorgeous. Smart, but also cash. It depends how you wear it. You could wear that with a smart skirt, smart trousers. You could wear that with jeans. You could wear it over the top of a floral dress or a denim dress. Lovely. What are we like quantity-wise on that one? Single figures, again, everything single figures. Everything's in danger now. The blue-green and the blue-green. This is our last tartan. 3 of these left. Has that been really popular because it made me glow? Thank you. I like me in that. I like me in that. Yeah, it's about to sell out, so there we go. There we go. Right, denims, chambrays. Shirt weight. So nice and soft, fluid, floaty, gorgeous. This is the dark. Love that. Again, this if you want to mix this up a little bit, a bit of you know, Liberty, a bit of floral, a bit of Emily Bell, something like that. Or if you want a bit more, you know, wild, go a bit of Kaif. Bit of Kaif on the yoke, inside of the collar stand. $22.99. Medium. Lovely. A good mid-tone, really kind of suits everybody, every skin tone, really nice. And this is lovely and light as well, so if you may be thinking a good holiday shirt or a dress, you got 3 meters here, nice shirt waister, And then the lightest. Give me all your loving, all your hugs and kisses too. I'm the only person who's allowed to sing because apparently no one can recognise the song, so we don't have to pay any royalties. I thought that was a bit rude. Anyway, gorgeous. Our last and final hour, we are doing sewing machines, we are doing overlockers, and I'm going to be showing you how to use the Millwood fusible mat. So, stick around. See you after the break.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Oh, hey! Welcome back. Last hour here on Sewing Street. I'm just doing a little bit of ironing. What are you doing? I'm just doing a little bit of ironing because I'm going to show you, first off, how to use the Millwood applique mat. So I'm just getting a few fabrics ready. Let's get details on screen. This is back in stock. This is a new addition to my list of hero products. I've got a few hero products and I had 5. This has become number 6. Okay, and I'll explain why as we get into demo. I'm just going to snip a few bits of fabric, so I've just got a few bits of fabric ready because I want to show you how to use the Millwood applique mat. It's absolutely fantastic, and it came along at a point in my life when I thought, I've got every notion, I've got every tool, I don't need to buy anything ever again. I mean, you're probably thinking, said no one ever. Which, yes, is kind of true, but I'm not a gadgety person, I'll be honest with you. But when I saw this, I thought, oh my goodness, how have I lived without that? So anyway, let me show you what all the fuss is about. So, you're going to use this for when you're doing, well, fusibles, really. So it's not just about applique. If you're doing things like interfacings, if you're doing things like Beausoleil form fusible, Decaville, anything with a fusible finish on it. If you've ever used any of these products, particularly Bondaweb, you'll know the horror that it can make of your pressing mat, your ironing board, your work surface, because the glue tends to get everywhere. So this pressing mat comes in 2 parts. So this is the under part, okay, which is a thick sort of Teflon-y finish. It's almost like that stuff you can get for baking. And this is going to go onto your pressing mat. So I'm going to grab my pressing surface and put that down. I've got a quilter's cut and press. And what you'll see about this, which is rather fab, is that you can see through it. So if you're using a gridded mat underneath, if you're using a paper pattern for applique underneath, you can still see that through your mat. It's not opaque. Okay, so this, first of all, protects your ironing board from Bondaweb, from fusibles. Your second half of your Millwood pressing system is your, what I call a goddess sheet. So this is a more flexible, softer, it's almost like oilcloth, I guess it feels like, but it's not. It's a non-stick pressing sheet which will go over the top, and essentially your appliques are going to go inside. So for example, traditionally in applique we're going to put our heavy mat on top of our ironing board, our background for our appliques down, and then we will place our leaves, our flowers, whatever we're appliquing on top. So let's do a little bit of that. Right, so first of all, let me grab a bit of fabric. I've got some Bondaweb here, paper-backed fusible. Let's grab that out. And let's do normal method. So we'll grab a pencil, and I'm just going to quickly hand draft a leaf shape. There we go, there's my leaf shape. And I'll snip that out roughly. Little message for me. I'm with you, Stuart. I've just bought this and it's so useful. We're also buying one for our quilt group. No more ruined iron and ironing boards. Well, you have made a very good point there, Joan. Is that Deputy Joan? Is that Deputy Joan from the East Riding? I bet it is. Morning, Joan. It's true. Every quilt group, I swear, in this country has got a Mankey ironing board and an iron at workshops because of the fusible web. Every quilt group needs one of these. So this is what we're going to do. I've put my fusible mat on my ironing board. I've got my fabric, got my fusible on top, and I'm just going to cover it with the goddess sheet, and then you're going to iron through that. You know, this is a really good quality system and it protects everything. It makes such a great job of everything. So I'll peel that back now. My fusible is now stuck to the wrong side of my fabric. I can go in there and I can cut out my leaf shape now on the line. there's no danger ever of getting any fusible web onto my iron or onto my ironing board. Okay, so traditional method, just like that. So I'll do a couple of others just while I'm here. So lots of you coming in for this. It's a back in stock. Another way you can do fusible actually is you can also, if you've cut out cardboard templates, is you can fuse a strip of fusible web to your fabric, then draw around your template, or just draw. Now sometimes, you know, you might just do it a bit sort of freestyle, or even not draw and just cut them out freehand. So I'll cut out some of these as well. While I'm doing that, let's have a look at some FIFO reviews. Independent and excellent products, easy to use, gives great results. You can't really say fairer than that, can you? Sharon's got in touch as well on FIFO to say really good value for money and easy to use. I love it. I love it. There's a glitch in the matrix there, wasn't there? Another one, this is from Sue. So pleased this came into stock. Amazing product and no more ruined irons. You know, it really doesn't matter whether you have got a super duper, you know, all singing, all dancing iron that cost, you know, a chunk, or, you know, a cheap iron. You still don't want it covered in fusible web, do you? You want to look after it, you want to protect it. Right, I just want to do a little flower now as well. So again, I'm going to grab a piece of fusible. Now I'm just going to freehand a flower. Sometimes I can draw and sometimes I really can't. I'm just telling it like it is. I know sometimes I just can't. It is a bit 50-50 really. I don't even know what I'm doing here. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to literally freehand cut a flower shape. So this is going to look funny. We'll see. We'll see. And then what I'll do is I'll trim it down a little bit once it's cut out. It's good enough. It's good enough. Right, so I'll put my fabric down, and again, just always remember you make a little sandwich and then iron it through, and it's just going to protect every surface as you're working, and the heat goes straight through the applique sheet. Doesn't take any longer to do your fusing, and then I'm just going to cut out that flower properly this time. Getting smaller. Oh, it's getting really small now. There we go. There we go. A message across the bottom. I love this. If you have several items to applique, you can arrange them. Wait for it, Tracy. I'm doing that now. Stop it. No spoilers. I'm not reading any more of that. Just wait for it. Okay, right. Oh. I do the punchlines. How many times? Say again. So I'm just going to cut a little centre out. I'm freestyling. I'm flying without wings. There we go. A message across my bottom. I have the applique mat, but I'm thinking of upgrading to the millwood mat as it looks more versatile. Oh, it completely is. It completely is. It is absolutely brilliant. Right. So what I'm going to do now, no, you'll never have thought of this. I'm going to assemble my applique on the mat without any background. Okay, without any background. So what I'll do is I'm going to grab, can I just grab a pin, please? Thank you. I'm going to take the paper backing off my appliques. Easiest way to do that is with a pin. Thank you, Michael. Lovely. Right, quick little scratch across the back. Peel the paper off. So I've got my thicker mat on the ironing board. Okay. Right, so there's my flower. Normally, of course, what you would do is you would layer this up on your background fabric. Now, where this method I'm going to show you now might be of benefit is, let's say, for example, you were putting these appliques on a very patterned background that you couldn't see through, or a black background or a dark navy background, which looks lovely with bright floral appliques on. You wouldn't be able to see that, your paper pattern through. This way I could put my placement pattern from, say, my book or my pattern underneath the millwood mat, arrange my appliques. I'm then going to fuse my appliques together and then peel the whole thing off. So here we go. Right, so that's all my elements now. So I'm going to create my little arrangement. So I'm going to do something like this. So let's say that's my little arrangement, okay? Okay, so now I'm going to put, now of course if you try this on your ironing board, you're just going to end up with a very pretty decorated ironing board, okay? But this is the whole point of this. This is your ta-da moment. Right, so I've now fused my applique to itself, and you might feel to the mat as well, but this is a non-stick fusible mat, so the whole thing, look, will peel off. Complex designs, think about how you could build those up. Now my Bonder web is still all stuck to the back of the fabric, and you can actually see it's kind of a little bit shiny now where it's melted. So now what I can do is grab the background fabric, which I've already got cut. I can lay that down, and then of course it's rather nice because you can then play around with placement with the whole image, get it in just the right position, and then when you're happy, you know, you're not having to pin everything separately, you've already got everything layered, everything is exactly how it's supposed to be. And then one final few, oh hang on, let's go back in a second. One final fuse, just make sure you get every element fused down. And that is it, you are done. You are done. And you've got your applique ready to stitch that can go straight under your sewing machine. Thanks for the demo, Stuart. This is definitely a future purchase. Susan, they're in stock now. And we've just got them back in stock because we had them in stock and then they all sold out. So today's the best day. All right. Thought it would be nice just to show you how to use that. Don't always get the opportunity to show you start to finish how to use a product, but that's absolutely gorgeous. And of course, once everything's fused down, there's no reason then, if you need to, you can always go in and give it another iron once it's on. Nothing now is going to lift, nothing's going to get on your iron. It's all one piece. Fab. So that's your millwood applique mat. Now, throughout that demo, I was using this rather fabulous Beldray iron. So let's get the details up for that. So this is the Beldray 2-in-1 Rose Gold Special Edition. Now, I do love a bit of rose gold. Very smart, very chic. Beautiful quality iron. Now, a couple of options here. It has a charging base, so you can lock it in and keep it there, or unlock, obviously for using it. Absolutely fab. Steam, no steam, all different heat settings. Can you use this one upright? You can. So if you want to do things like your curtains, freshen your curtains as well, you can give them a little steam. Love that. Love that. It does say cordless. You can take the cord off. Can you? Oh, show me how. Oh, wait a minute, I see. There's a thing along the bottom, is there? That comes off. I won't pull it off. Ah, oh, okay. I need to do that now. So, lock it into the bed. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. The penny has now dropped. The penny has now dropped. Okay, right. So can you see here? This is different. I like that. I love the 360 cable. So it has got a ball on the end of the cable. So you can move it all around. But I do love the cordless. So then for charging, of course, that just goes back on. That will charge back up. And then you can take it off again and you're completely cordless. Oh yeah, love that. Love that. Yeah. Particularly good if you are doing something like the curtains, or you know, you're ironing something in situ. Not clothes, obviously, not on a person, but if you were doing something like giving a final steam press, you know, or steam to a garment that you're making, bit of dressmaking, you know, and you've got it on a mannequin, you can definitely go in there and iron, and you would want that cordless function there, like that. It's a great price, isn't it? $34.99 for that. And then, there we go, got the cord back on. Easily done, easily done. Now I've worked out. There we go. Oh, now I know how to take it on and off. I should be going crazy with this. Oh, yeah. Hello. Awesome. Okay, great. Who knew irons were so much fun? Oh, I need a quick shout out. Catherine, good afternoon, Stuart. I'm ironing, watching you. Well, that's... You're doing ironing, watching me, and I'm doing ironing, and you're watching me iron. Before I go for my interview later. But what's it an interview for? Is it an interview for a new job? Is it an interview for college? Are you doing that interview you have to do before you get married to make sure that no one's making you do it? There's always a certain element of that, isn't there, with any marriage? I'm joking. I'm joking. I have a very funny story. When Charlie and I got married, I was interviewed first. And they said to me, what's Charlie's birthday? And I said straight away, this is his birthday. I said, you're not going to ask Charlie this, are you? I said, are you going to ask the same question? I said, take it from me, he will get it wrong 5 different times and he won't even get the month right. I said, so please don't think for that reason we don't know each other. And we had a bit of a laugh. And of course, then when he interviewed Charlie, they had a good laugh about it as well. And no, he didn't get my birthday right. Right, there we go. Let's grab the overlocker. This is an absolute smasher of an overlocker. This really is. This is the Dukey Air Threader. Really gorgeous. It was demoed just a few days ago on the 13th. We had Gary from Dukey here who did a full demo, so you can watch that through again. But an absolutely beautiful machine. Sewing Bee starts tomorrow. Are you excited? Do you have snacks in? I'm super excited to watch it. I love watching the first episode, meeting that new cast of characters. Just wonderful, and seeing what they do first week. It's always hard, isn't it, first week? Overlocker sales go through the roof as soon as Sewing Bee is back on. Absolutely through the roof. Grab yours now while you can. Now, obviously, there are different price points, and this is definitely a quality machine, a beautiful machine, easy to use. Don't ever think, oh, I'm beginner level, therefore I buy the cheap one, because that's the best one to start with. If you know you need an overlocker, maybe you've done a bit of dressmaking, but you're thinking, yeah, I do need an overlocker. Don't just necessarily go for the cheapest one. Go for the one that's going to work for you and work for you long term. My overlocker that I have at home is 10 years old. It's a really good quality overlocker. It's going strong. A cheaper overlocker may not last you as long, may not grow with you. Juki have a fantastic industrial background. So for many, many years, Juki really were an industry secret, if you like. They weren't really known for domestic machines. It was all about providing sewing machines and overlockers and straight stitch machines for industry. So they were the factory machine, if you like. Sturdy, incredible speeds, great quality, great reliability. That now is available for home users. This is an air threading overlocker. So the absolute number one pain point for the vast majority of people when it comes to overlockers is the threading. Of them. Because if you don't have an air threading overlocker, it can be rather complex, particularly to begin with, to thread. Now this one, you offer the thread up to a little channel, poke it in, press a button, and a whoosh of air shoots the thread through the threading path, and it's all threaded up. Absolutely brilliant. It takes away that pain point. Now you can take advantage of 5 split pays. You pay £299.80. Today you'll get your overlocker home. Now you won't even have made your 3rd payment, and the sewing bee will be over. And you won't even have bought your overlocker at that point. You'll have your overlocker, you'll have had 3 months use out of it. Now you also get 30,000 metres of thread and neutral, so you can get straight in there. It won't be this yellow, by the way, that's used for demo purposes. But yeah, you'll get that as well. So brilliant, brilliant deal. But like I say, go for the split pays, £299.80, and get an overlocker home and see how it works for you. Give it a try. Just give you a few key features of the machine and the accessories that are available. So automatic needle threader, air threading loopers. That's the most important feature you want to look for, because it's going to make your life easier forever. You can sew with 2, 3 or 4 threads, so you can do overlocking with 2, 3 or 4 threads. Information on an LED screen, LED sewing light. There's a built-in rolled hemmer, an adjustable presser foot. The cutting blade you can adjust to give a different width. Adjustable differential feed. You've got the option to deactivate that upper knife, so you don't have to use the cutting function. If you don't want to use that, if you don't like the thought of using that, you don't have to. If you like to use a pattern that you specifically know the seam allowance and you want to follow that, that's not an issue. Thread trimming blade for easy thread cutting. A maximum speed, get this, 1,500 stitches per minute. That's amazing. And you also get great sort of storage on the front of the machine as well. This is a computerized overlocker as well, and the vast majority of overlockers are mechanical, mechanical, but this one is a computerized, which means that each stitch is pre-programmed and has pre-programmed settings that are displayed on screen, which just makes everything so much easier. Right, let us move on. Now then, we've got some overlocker needles. These are hemline. We've also got some millwood ones. $12 in a pack. Yeah, no, 5. So millwood. We'll do millwood first. Yeah, so they're a size 12 and you get 5 in a pack. Yeah, yeah. So there they are. You get 5 needles. $3.99. And just the same as sewing machines, you want to change your overlocker needles every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time. So change them regularly. There we go. And that's a good general purpose size as well, an 80. It's going to work for most fabrics. If you're using very fine fabrics, 70s. If you're using very heavy fabrics, 90 or 100. But 80 is a good somewhere in the middle. Right, now we've also got the hemline overlocker needles. Pack of 4 this time. For $3.99. Again, they're a size 80. Okay. Let's do brother. Let's do brother. Should we start with the embroidery machine? Okay. This is the price you're going to pay, £599. Yes, for an embroidery machine. Yes, for a brother embroidery machine. Now this is amazing. We're going to go straight in with a price comparison. And this is John Lewis. Yeah, and John Lewis is on sale right now. So this is going to be good. This is the clearance price. What should the full price be? Do we know? £899. It's on sale at £764.15. £764.15. That's on sale on John Lewis. Now let's come back to Sewing Street. £599. And I don't know if you noticed there, but I didn't see any option for split pays on John Lewis. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I know that here on Sewing Street we offer split pays, £199.66. First of 3 split pays. I know that we don't do credit checks. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't pay any interest. You don't pay a penny more than you would if you just paid £599 today. But we give you 3 months to pay the amount. We take £199.66 today, and then a month later one more, and a month after that one more. But you actually get the machine home as soon as we receive the first payment. Great option. Get it home, give it a try. Now this is the Innovis Brother embroidery machine. This is our new embroidery machine. Let me tell you what you get, because what's really important is what embroideries do you get? How do you use this? So you get your embroidery frame. It's a 4-inch embroidery hoop. Okay, so if you're familiar with the Disney edition that we had before, same size hoop, right? You get an embroidery design guide which will help you to centre your design on your fabric. You get 4 pre-wound bobbins, and they're pre-wound with white embroidery bobbin thread. You'll use that forever, you know, whatever project you're doing. You just use white in the bobbin. It's a very fine weight. It kind of pulls the top threads down a bit into the underside, so you never ever see the bobbin thread on the top. You get 4 bobbin clips, a needle set, a bobbin, seam ripper, scissors, a cleaning brush, screwdrivers, all that kind of thing. You also get some spool nets, which are great for covering kind of those springy threads that misbehave a little bit. You put a little spool net over the top of it. And you get an operation manual. Now, do we have the manual, please? Because I want to show you the embroideries. Oh, we've got some other slides. Okay, we'll look at those. Okay. So just a few other key details there. Quick set bobbin. Yes, easy. That's all I need to know. That's all I need. Fast bobbin winding system. Yes, thank you very much. So why do you use an embroidery machine? Why Brother? Well, it adds appeal, personalisation to your projects. You've got lots of built-in designs. You've got lots of fonts that you can work in that 4-inch embroidery frame. You can edit your design, so you can move elements. You can resize. You can rotate as well. You can put lettering and words into an arc. Change the shape. You've also got USB connectivity. So you can send embroidery files from your PC to your machine or use a USB. So you can buy embroidery designs online. You can design your own with an app. And you can also find thousands of free embroidery designs as well, which you just download to your PC and then you can transfer them to your Brother embroidery machine, or you can just transfer them directly. It's absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now let me show you some of the designs. Are these the, where are the designs now? I just want to find the designs. Okay, here we go. So I'll go the wrong way, but I'll flick through from the back. How's that? Yes, there we go. Lovely. Just nice to have a look. So, such a lot of different designs here. You've got very important fonts. I mean, one of the most important things you can do with an embroidery machine is letters, words, personalizations, numbers, special dates, congratulations, absolutely gorgeous. You've got frames that you can put around designs as well. And then look at all these lovely designs that you get. So you've got lovely florals, foliage, folk art. These borders are magnificent. This is rather lovely. These little stars, there's one here and one here. You can stitch these onto dissolvable interfacing or stabilizer, and then you dissolve it away, and all that's left behind is the embroidery thread. So you get this almost like lace star that you can hang on a Christmas tree, or you can sew them to wedding gowns or christening gowns. Really beautiful stuff. Let's see what else. We've got butterflies, some little baby designs as well. Birthday cake, very useful. Easter design there. Love the cocktail. And you've got a guide for the different colours, but you can mix and match those, of course. And also you'll notice that each design has the number of minutes that it takes to stitch out, which is really useful if you make and sell. Because obviously you want to know how much each project that you make and sell, how long it's going to take you to make. Let's move on and look at a few more designs. So we've got some Halloween, we've got some, this looks like Thanksgiving to me, a cornucopia. Christmas, oh, love that. Little rainbow made of hearts. Lots of different designs. That elephant's gorgeous, isn't it? Now you can use Wi-Fi or USB to transfer your designs to your embroidery machine. Cute. Love that. Love that. There's so many designs, aren't there? You get all of these preloaded onto your machine. But also you can download thousands of different designs. Most of them free. And look at that, you know, how changing one element, I mean this one here, the little, is that a French bulldog? They've just changed one colour and swapped out the blue to a yellow, gives a completely different look. So really versatile. Love that. And proving very popular. You know, I would always have thought, even years ago, embroidery machine, you're looking at £1,000 plus. But not here on Sewing Street, £599. And I would go for the split pay. Just pay £199.66 today, get your embroidery machine home, use it, see what it can do for you. Have a search online as well. If you're thinking about getting this, do a search online and just type in free Brother embroidery files. They need to be compatible with Brother machines. And then just see what you can come up with. I'll just show you this as well. You'll see that the machine's got a free arm on it. Now that's great because you might want to embroider, we don't always embroider on flat pieces of fabric. Sometimes you might want to embroider on a ready-made shirt, on children's clothing, on a ready-made cushion, for example. And that's when having that free arm means you can actually slide a sort of finished garment or piece of work onto your machine and stitch out. You've also, of course, got your extension table, which is mostly what you're going to use. And then what you'll do is simply put your fabric and your stabilizer into the hoop, okay, and then that is just going to clip on. I got this up. I'm doing everything back to front. I know it's always the way. I think I might have that upside down actually. Just a minute. Upside down and back to front, that's me. Oh no, it was the right way up. Oh, absolutely. And that will just clip in there. There we go. It is easy. And then you're ready to go. You're absolutely ready to go. Now remember, your embroidery machine is an embroidery only machine. Doesn't come with a foot pedal, has a start-stop button at the front, and that's how you control it. You do not have to sit in front of it while it sews, although it's fascinating to sit and watch. But you literally set it up and press go. One of the most important questions I always ask is what happens with anything like this if the power goes off, if the machine goes off, if I accidentally switch it off, or I have to leave early, and what do I do if I'm halfway through a design? Well, rest assured, you can switch the machine off, the power can go off halfway through a design. As soon as you turn the machine back on, or the power comes back on, your screen will say, would you like to go from the point that you stopped? Do you want to continue the design? And you can say yes, or you can say, well, go back 5 stitches or 10 stitches or 50 stitches, maybe just to overlap. Say, for example, the thread broke. You get a beep, you get an announcement, you can stop the machine. You can go back, press start again, and it will just pick up where it left off. So it's very easy to use, very straightforward. Works brilliantly if you have a computer or you download the app so that you can transfer more designs onto it. But it has a plethora of designs already loaded to get you started. Why not start your embroidery journey today? Really great price, really great price. And of course, split pays, love them. Right, now then, let's talk about general sewing, still with that great name of Brother. And this is the FS210 sewing machine. It's an exclusive here at Sewing Street. Absolutely fantastic machine, this, and what a lot of value in one machine. Sorry, FS250, I beg your pardon. So you get 250 stitches built in to your machine, 250 stitches built in. Now that's all of your utility stitches. Yes, stitches for stretch fabrics and patchwork and quilting and you know, doing lovely decorative stitching, satin stitches, blanket stitches. You've got 8 styles of one-step automatic buttonhole as well. You've got a button sewing function. You get your things like your zipper foot, everything you might need. Backlit LCD screen. You can control the length and the width of your stitches. You can control this so you have automatic needle down or needle up. You can use this with or without a foot pedal. Now you also, on top of those 250 stitches, get 3 styles of lettering, all uppercase. You get a solid uppercase, a outline uppercase, and also cursive uppercase. You get a quick set top loading bobbin, automatic needle threader. Yes, you can drop the feed dogs. You also get 14 accessory feet, all of the usual suspects, but also 7 additional sewing feet that are specifically for dressmaking and fashion projects. So things like you get a bias binding attaching foot, you get a pin tuck foot, you get a gathering foot, so many different feet there, additional feet with your machine. Now, you also get an extension table. So let me just show you how that works. So you've got your accessory box on the front. This is where you're going to keep the majority of your feet. There's a little handy pull-out tray there. Space in the bottom for sweeties. Now that slides off. That exposes your free arm, so when you're doing things like dressmaking or bag making, you'll need that. You've also, on the back of the machine, I'll just turn it around, you'll see this little switch right here. This right here is to drop your feed dogs. So that will drop the teeth, excuse me, underneath the foot, so that you can do free motion quilting and free motion embroidery. Now, with the free arm exposed, we're going to pop the extension table on. So the extension table comes included. It's got 3 legs, which you're going to open out. It stores flat, which is great, because when you're not using the machine, just tuck it away in a cupboard. And then this just slides on, just like this, slots in. You can adjust each of the legs independently so that it fits your table, even if your table's uneven. And then this gives you a nice big stable area to work on. So if you're quilting maybe like a larger quilt, if you're working on a bigger dressmaking project rather, this is the table to put on. It's going to make the whole thing much easier. I need to let you know we've got single figures of this machine left. Every time it comes into stock, it goes back out again. Now, who's this machine suitable for? Well, I'm confident to say that it doesn't matter whether you're an absolute beginner, never used a sewing machine before in your life, and this is your first machine, this would be a fantastic first machine. You might have been doing dressmaking, patchwork and quilting, soft furnishing, home decor for a while now with a very basic machine, something that's holding you back. This is a great machine to move on to because you've got 250 stitches, you've got all those dressmaking feet and utility feet that are going to allow your sewing to grow. You've also got a powerful machine. You've got an extension table, you've got a hard cover, all of those quality items that are going to last you for years and years. Now, you might be a super advanced, experienced dressmaker, quilter, home decor sewer, and you might be thinking, how does this fit for me? Well, this may be the machine that you buy to take to workshops, to classes, that is going to give you a great quality stitch, a great quality experience, but something which you're happy to take out and about to workshops. It's more portable than some of the large heavy machines. It's got a decent weight to it, but equally you could carry this to workshops as well, but it's still going to give you a really great quality experience while you're at the workshop. Now, I just want to mention that as fantastically broad-based as the foot package, the stitch package goes, there are 2 things which I think you are probably going to want to buy as additional extras. But then I would say that would be it forever, that you probably wouldn't ever want to buy at any other feet, probably, almost certainly. And they are walking foot and darning foot. Just want to let you know, by the way, 5 machines left. We started off with decent quantities of these, lots of you going for these. Great time to buy as well while we've got it in stock. I mean, we do try to get them back in stock, but as always, there are always supply issues. We can't always guarantee that we'll get things back in stock. And frankly, with Sewing Bee starting tomorrow, this is not our first time at the rodeo. We've got 10 years now of knowing what happens when the Sewing Bee comes out, and suddenly those things that we would normally be able to get back in stock quite quickly, there are much longer lead times before we can get them back in stock. So I would grab this. If you want a brilliant sewing machine, a real coverall sewing machine, go for it today. Great price too, £399. Now, just wanted to mention those 2 feet, the walking foot, darning foot. Let's do walking foot first. So this is an added extra. This will fit your brother FS250, sorry. I'll show you this one. And then I'm gonna, little hug. I'll tell you why you need it. So walking foot's an even feed foot. So very quickly, I mentioned feed dogs. They are those little teeth on the bottom of the bed of your sewing machine that work back and forth, that kind of grip the bottom of the fabric and feed it through the machine. Now, when you're doing things like quilting quilts, sewing large projects like you've matched panels for curtains, you're doing larger scale, thicker fabrics, if the fabrics are only being fed from the bottom, the top layer can slip and slide a little bit, and they can end up creeping. The top layer can creep along a little bit. If you're quilting a quilt and you're trying to sew through all those layers, you can end up with a regular foot and just the feed dogs. You can end up getting pleats and tucks and wrinkling in your quilt, which we don't want. Now, what a walking foot does is, it's like a second set of feed dogs on the top of the fabric. So your machine provides the feed dogs on the bottom, your walking foot provides teeth or feed dogs from the top, and as you take every stitch, those 2 sets of teeth come together and hold the fabric, move it forward 1 stitch, and then they release. Take the next stitch, move it forward and release. So they're guiding the fabric through from top and bottom. You get a perfect even feed. No wrinkling, no tucking, no folds. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. $39.99. Julia did a review on FIFO. Such a joy to use this foot. My projects are more crisp and it provides an excellent finish. Love that. A lot of bag makers, a lot of dressmakers use walking feet for everything, all construction. David's also reviewed the walking foot. Wife hasn't complained, so it must be okay. David, you legend. I love it. I love it. Well, there you go. There you go. What can I say? They are brilliant. I wouldn't dream of not having a walking foot. Just for brothers, by the way, just for brothers. It's all about getting the right shank length and fit. So that's the walking foot, and I think you need that whether you do quilting, whether you do home decor or dressmaking. Walking foot essential. Now, the other foot I want to show you is this one right here. This is the darning foot, the free motion darning foot. And that really is most applicable to quilters, but also maybe a plique. So you're going to use this in conjunction with dropped feed dogs to be able to stitch in any direction. Free motion quilting, free motion applique, £17.49. I don't know where the time goes, but it's time to do the menu for tomorrow. So let's do that. Okay, we've got a busy day tomorrow. 8 a.m. We're starting with Claire Donnelly with Lighting Showcase. At 9 o'clock, Yvonne McAtamney is here with Village Fabrics Block of the Month, number 3. At 10 o'clock, Sarah Patterson is here with a makeup bag. At 11, Yvonne is back with her batik garden quilt from Village Fabrics. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got the Slide pencil case with Sarah Patterson. I think you'll agree. A packed morning. Make sure you get a good night's sleep, have a decent breakfast, because I'm going to work you hard tomorrow. I will see you. But kindly, with gentleness and encouragement. I will see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day and do take care of yourselves.